Hello, hello, welcome. I'm back. We're back again with more Need for Speed Heat. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone's doing well. Okay, let me pull up the stream on my phone real quick. Oh, networking, yeah. Well, alright, there we go. Alright, so we're gonna try to get more ultimate parts here. Yeah, ultimate plus for cooling. Just ultimate for nitrous. Alright. Let's do this. Okay, where's the... Oh, shit. See here. $18,000, 13,000, 9,000. Okay. Here we go. I need to double check here. Adjustment mic. There we go. It's too close. All right. Ooh.
You just made my night.
Alright. Oh, shit.
Call me in pursuit control. It's on.
Some details on the target would be helpful.
They're driving a BMW M3.
All right, everyone, the hunt is on. Go get them.
On a lap.
You can't outrun me, asshole. I've got eyes on those wheels again.
Calling off the pursuit. Driver gave us the slip.
Copy. I'll get back to control.
Man, not have anything blocking me? God damn it. Oh, fuck me! Oh, fuck me. Ooh. Oh, mother.
You're not getting away. I won't pass up another chance to stop this one. Control, I'm in pursuit again.
I want everybody back on this driver ASAP. Don't let him get away again.
step up to keep up with us. Tell him to get going.
We don't have spare units, so get creative and deal with it.
Suspect's no more. Got a visual on the suspect.
Fucking hell! Move! Move! God damn it!
I'm here to finish what you morons started.
Motherfucker! That flipped in a fucking half!
I've lost visual on the subject vehicle.
Locations.
Looks like someone lost our target. Get in there and find that car.
Get to the safe house safely. Man. Worst spot.
You got owned. Are you actually chasing them?
Motherfucker! God damn it! Running fucking loops here! Fucking dumbass!
Next time they won't be so lucky. Okay, back to work, everyone.
Oh, fucking hell! Oh, hey, how are you?
Nice work.
I'm told you're due for some serious upgrades now. Check out the new parts.
Oh, we're slowly upgrading. We're slowly upgrading to ultimate. Man, this is a fucking... all events. Does heat level 5 grant you 2 parts? I wonder. I don't want to risk it though. How are you? How do you pronounce his name? Liange? Can I just call it Gebo?
stand a chance against me. Starting pursuit of a BMW M3. Not letting them get away.
Listen up. We got a hotshot rolling around in a BMW M3.
Let's go. All right. Oh.
You can't hide from me. Found a fool who can't get enough of us. Let's give them what they want.
Good job finding him. Now don't let him creep away again.
Oh. Fuck me! I'm a fucking dumbass! Oh, fuck me in the fucking ass. Not crack in the half. Alright, whew. Let's do this. Cannot hit any fucking cars.
That's enough for one night. Get some rest.
Oh, you just got greenlit for some new parts. Take a look.
Right. Let's do this. Oh, fucking neck crack in half. Okay, where's the high heat race this time? 5. All right. Oh, good. Let me use the restroom real quick. Let me use the restroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now, let's get to work. All right. I wonder, is there any races that end around or near the I'm gonna have quite a drive. Don't get something around or near the okay, this one I can Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright. Oh my fucking god. He leveled to my fucking ass. God damn it. But if I... Okay, I can't. I thought I was gonna be able to do a speed trap, but there's cops around, so I can't. Oh my fucking god, get out of the fucking way! Alright, we can do this. Lag. Oh, that fucking stupid ass cop's in the fucking way. You have to go off-road. Even farther away. Oh, you're fucking kidding me! Motherfucking stupid ass cop! Oh my fucking god, what the? Go. Oh my god, where the fuck is it? Oh motherfucker, fuck you! Fucking ass guardrails. Are you fucking kidding me? Motherfucking cops! Fucking hell! Where is it anyway? Holy shit! Motherfucker!
You just made my night. Things are heating up now. I got one of those hot shots over here. Let's get him.
Wake up. We've got one of our guys in a pursuit.
Oh, it's gonna be.
You can't outrun me, asshole. Hey, there's the dump skull again. Control, I found him.
John's the attention you're giving him. Come on, move it, everyone. I want him caught this time.
Oh my fucking god! How the hell am I? Motherfucker, it's the worst fucking situation! There's a cop there! There's a cop there! Here! Oh my fucking god! All around the fucking table! What the fuck? This is bullshit! Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I can't even go there.
Nobody's got eyes on the suspect, so I'm calling it a wash.
Copy, Control. Someone should bring this one in.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god! Motherfucker! Are you fucking kidding me? Motherfucker! What the fuck you? Fuck you then! Fuck you then, motherfucker! Are you fucking kidding me? So fucking close! What the fucking little shitheads! Where the fuck am I supposed to go now? Motherfucker! Motherfucking piece of... Fine! Fuck you then!
Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's tough.
You just qualify for some more upgrades. See what you want.
Honestly, that's bull fucking shit. Look, oh my fucking god. So, I have to look all of this bull fucking shit in order to get the rest of the fucking motherfucker. Bullshit. Oh my fucking god. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. You're telling me that fucking god. Oh, neck rocking the fucking hair. You know what? Fucking hell. Do I even need all the ultimate parts? I kind of want the five tanks of nitrous. But then I have to go through everything fucking else. I have to go through everything else before I get it. Let's try to unlock the nitrous. As soon as we unlock nitrous, we're done with getting the ultimate parts. Here's there. Let's see here. Alright, let's do this.
Alright, let's see who's better. Starting pursuit of a BMW M3. Not letting him get away.
Listen up. We got a hotshot rolling around in a BM.
Really? Really? You can have the worst fucking time!
WM3.
I can't even do the goddamn heat race now! Bullshit! Bull fucking shit! Motherfucker! Look how many cops! Look how many bullshit cops are here! What the fuck? Bullshit! Bull fucking shit! I have to give up! I have to fucking give up! This is bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit!
What a shit show. I'm ending this pursuit. Get back to patrol.
Copy control. Shutting down pursuit of subject vehicle.
I want to get to this, but I fucking can't. Alright, how the fuck can we get there? Okay, uh, oh fuck, my butt. Oh, fuck me.
You can't outrun me, asshole. Control, I've got a visual on that driver from before. Let's take another crack at stopping him.
Previous suspect has been located and we're taking up pursuit again.
Okay, ooh. Fuck you for that!
Did sunrise come early, or were you just on fire tonight?
I just got the okay to sell you some new parts. You're making friends in the right places.
Hopefully next one we get the nitrous. Level 3. Alright. Can you not, please? Okay. Alright, let's do this. Motherfuckers! That's bullshit! That was fucking bullshit! I shouldn't fucking fly like that!
I can see you all night if I got to. Found a fool who can't get enough of us. Let's give them what they want.
Good job finding him. And don't let him creep away again.
Thought you could evade me? Ha! Got eyes on the target vehicle?
Bullshit! Motherfucker! Why the fuck do traffic cars act like ramps? Motherfucker. Alright. Let's go, 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 go. Motherfucker! Go fuck yourself! Motherfucking piece of fuck you! Fuck everyone! This is bull fucking shit!
I've lost visual on the subject vehicle.
That was bullshit! What the fuck was that?
Spread out and search for that vehicle. They can't have gotten far.
And fuck off! Motherfucker! Where the fuck am I supposed to go?
Looks like you lost them. I'm calling it off.
Copy control. Suspending pursuit.
Really? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my fucking god. Is there no exit? Is that the one fucking exit? Motherfucker! Then what was the point of that? Why not add 2 fucking exits? Ah. Sometimes these developers are fucking dumbasses! Specifically in architecture.
Even when you're in the league, it's never easy.
Finally!
Looks like you can buy some fancy new parts now.
Okay, we got all that we needed. And 3. It could get us to ultimate. $391. But right now, I'm not really concerned getting the ultimate plus parts that just end up making us a little bit faster. But right now, just having the ultimate parts is actually good. Alright. Let's do a day event and test out our build. Right now, what matters is just having a ultimate part. Ultimate Plus is just an added bonus that makes you a little bit faster. But not by much. It's a little bit by quite a bit. But I don't want to, like, make myself go even more insane and try getting the ultimate plus parts. Mm. Let's see here. Is there a way to replay the missions in Heat? I wish they added it or make it more obvious. Hello. How are you? See here. Kind of feels like what it felt like drive this car most wanted. For anyone who's watching the stream or happens to be watching the stream VOD, does ultimate plus parts matter in the long run, or is it just an added bonus? Ooh. All right. Ooh. Alright. Ooh. Hello. Counter. We got the ultimate, all the ultimate parts unlocked. Well, not the ultimate plus, cause I don't want to go make myself go even more insane than that. I've been trying to see if there is a way to replay the story, but there's no way without actually erasing a save file or making a new account, so I'm not going to do that. But I can show you the parts we have.
Hey, did you hear the news?
No, what?
That cop you took out with a trunk full of cash, Officer Shaw, the one who impounded my car, he got sent down for fraud and extortion today.
About time. He was a real piece of work.
Yeah, but what about Torres? She's still on duty, squeaky clean, but she was mixed up in this just as much as he was. Why didn't he take her down with him?
Guess he cut a deal.
Or she's got something even worse on him. Something that made him too scared to speak out.
Who knows what shady stuff they got up to?
Yeah. I'm starting to think Torres might be the worst of them.
She's definitely smart.
Let's not get on the wrong side of her.
Good plan.
Later.
Hold on. Is there more to the story that I should be looking forward to? What the fuck? Also, yeah, we got ultimate parts. I guess if we do get the ultimate plus, it will be able to get to 400, but I'm not really worried about that. But yeah, at least we got ultimate. And with the ultimate part, it says extra dialogues to few things. Alright. But with the ultimate parts for the GTR, it really oh shit. Alright. It really makes the GTR feel just like how it felt in Most Wanted. And what I want to do now is get back into oh yeah, get back into Lego Harry Potter and Lego Indiana Jones. Hey, Denning Saturn. Hey Saturn, how are you? Welcome. I'm Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video games and also stream some art, as well as I recently got into programming, and I really gotta do another programming stream. Because I haven't done programming in a few days now, mostly because of work. Hold on. Whoa. The tires. Hold on, what does the tires say? Need for speed. Oh my fucking god. The tires say need for speed. What the fuck? Has anyone noticed that? Also, the inside of the car. So that's how they won the Le Mans, the 24 hours of Le Mans. And secondly, how the fuck is the driver not having second, third degree burns? All steering tires say that? Oh. I never noticed. Also, the flames are fucking cool. Alright. I get too into it. I hate rewards. What's the unavailable one? Is it related to... Oh, that's related to customization. I wonder why. Also, fucking cool. All according to what I've been using. Still 318. Yeah. What I want to do is get back into Lego games. Or get back into Lego games until I either need to find something else to play, or be playing Minecraft until something catches my eye. I haven't played Lego games in a long time, and in quite a bit. Deluxe edition. Yeah. I got the deluxe edition, but it's for, I think it was on sale for about $4. It was on sale about for $4. $4 or $5, but yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna get back into playing some Lego games. And I'm gonna do Lego Harry Potter and Lego Indiana Jones. Alright? Alright. Alright. Let me get everything set up, and we'll get going. Alright. Alright, matane.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals
Alright, we're back with Blitzies. Make sure I have my model there, and I completely forgot to unmute the desktop audio. And game. Oh my fucking god. Motherfucker! Video settings. Oh my fucking god. Are you? Motherfucker! Let me exit the fucking game! Why the fuck did? Oh my fucking god. Why did he? Motherfucker! Why can't I exit the fucking game? What the fuck is wrong? Motherfucking piece of fucking shit. What the fuck? What an absolute fuckhole is wrong with you? There we go. Motherfucker. Hit. Did Steam? Oh my fucking god. Mother. Hold on. You mean to tell me that Telltale Games did a bullshit fucking move and decided, oh, you can't exit the fucking window unless you close the entire fucking game? Excuse me, I'm trying to fucking avoid copyright. What the fuck is wrong with you? Bull fucking shit. That's bull fucking shit. Mother fucking bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Fucking hell. What the fuck? This is bullshit. Bull fucking shit. No, I'm gonna get fucking copyrighted because Taylor Swift's fucking stupid. They really are fucking stupid. They literally updated the DRM for the old games like this one so we can get so they can copyright, have even more chances to copyright us. I don't fucking get motherfucking piece of shit. Motherfucking piece of shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Can I fucking hell, let me exit the fucking window! God damn it! Bullshit. Bull fucking. No what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm making my tablet the main fucking screen. Cause this is bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit to 1,000 fucking yards. What the fucking bullshit is this? What the fuck? This is bullshit! This is fucking bullshit! Motherfucker! Fucking ass fucking fuckheads! Telltale Games, go fuck yourself! Motherfucking piece of fucking shit. Ugh. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Sorry. It just pisses me the fuck off every time a AAA company decides, hey, let's screw over our customers and try to copyright, get every chance to copyright them, get every chance to cease and desist, and get profit off of screwing over our customers in any way possible. I fucking hate it when they do that. And this is a fucking 20-year-old game. Why? I'm looking through this shit. Why the fuck did they change their DRM to not allow me to exit the fucking window? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Oh fucking god, I hate it. I hate every time they pull that bullshit. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. No. Oh my fucking god! I can't even, oh my fucking god. I can't even change the fucking window, but they keep showing up on my fucking, What the fuck? What the fuck is this bullshit? Motherfuckers! What are you fucking doing? What the fuck? I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm losing my goddamn mind. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I can't actually, I can't deal with this. I can't fucking deal with this. Why the fuck would it change a DRM like that? What the fuck? Literally oh my fucking god. Literally, they're changing them in a way that makes my own PC unusable without exiting the fucking game entirely. What the fuck? What the fuck is this bullshit? Motherfucker. I fucking can't. I fucking can't with their own goddamn stupidity. Oh, if I spam the Windows button, I can actually, oh my fucking god. This is so fucking stupid. So I had to fiddle around with my keyboard so I can exit the fucking game. Bullshit. Oh, fucking neck crack in the head. Configurations. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Motherfucker, I can't change it. Oh my fucking god. They changed the way I cannot change the controls without exiting the fucking game. What the... Crashing the... Oh my fucking god, what the... What is this bullshit? This is bullshit, mother... Fucking hell! Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking hell. My fucking god. Who the fuck decided that was a fucking good idea? Who the fuck decided that, oh, let's change the fucking DRM? That's a good fucking idea. What the oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I can't with their bullshit. I can't with their bullshit. Options. Alright, I mean. Hmm. Oh, we're supposed to go here. Hmm. Sometimes I don't fucking get it. Alright. How the fuck? They're doing this all the time. Lol. Lol. Second to a storybook. Alright, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Hmm. Okay, we need to find the ingredients. Is that's one. What's going on with my screen? Is there one up there or? I guess the screen is glitching out for some reason. Well, what are we supposed to do? Um. Okay. supposed to do something over here. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Got a strength potion. Oh fuck. Shit. Oh fuck. Just my legs. Here we go. Pause. I'll say I am going ham until I find something. I think we would have more fun playing Indiana Jones because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Also, after we do have our own emotes. Fuck. Yeah, I'll probably have more fun playing Indiana Jones. Honestly. No. Alright. Let me load up Indiana Jones real quick. I'll have more fun doing that. Alright, hold on real quick. We're gonna start looking at Indiana Jones too. That's alright with everyone. Alright. Yeah, two. I'm just updating the stream real quick. Alright, there we go. Alright. Lego Indiana Jones 2. Right. Hold on real quick. Alright. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, I may have to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to update the actual... What the fuck is the aspect ratio? Hold on real quick. Alright. No matter what position I think I'm gonna see some... How the fuck? This supposed to be a comfortable ass office chair. How the fuck is this uncomfortable? What? Video settings. Okay, and still hasn't. Okay, I'm able to do Alright, we're gonna do a new game. Options. Game. Alright, let's fucking go. Okay, can we? Alright, let's do this. Honestly, hold on real quick. Oh, fucking hell. Did I fuck up? Hold on, what's going with my actual settings here? Okay. Okay. The control windows escape. There we go. Oh, that's a key. This always fuck up like that. We do have a shortcut. So playing Lego games like that is basically they'll allow you to escape the window normally. You do control windows escape. So that and control windows escape is the Alt F4 without the Alt F4. All right. I know, I played the first game. The controls for they changed the controls for the first game, which let's see here. To buy vehicles? Okay. Oh, we can't enter. Oh my god. Yes. Honestly, cheat code time. What you need to do is. Oh, that crack and a half. Alright. Lego Indiana Jones 2. Alright, here we go. Honestly, really, I should have just pulled it up on my PC. Actually, I wish I had another monitor for that. Alright, here we go. Alright, it's gonna be U3 VSC. Oh, that sound is so fucking good. Y 9 TE Y9 TE 98. Alright, there we go. Okay, fast build SNX C2N. Yep. Oh, y'all enjoy the emotes. Hello. How are you? SNX, C2F. I'm good. I'm currently inserting cheat codes for Lego Indiana Jones 2. Fast dig. X. XYAN 83. Time for fast fix 3G7. Three Z7 PJX. Fearless UX and ZF. UX and ZF. Ice rank TY9 P4U. Alright. Okay. Ice rank TY9 P4U. How's everything been? Ice rank. Invincibility 6J-BB65. Six JB. Huh? 6JBB65. Yeah. Alright, poo money. SZFAAE. Do you ever, like, when you ever start a new save, you immediately go and put in the cheats? B, okay, score times 10. B7J YBU. 7 YBU. Real funny. Score times 2. 𝑢38𝘖𝙬𝙬. J. 2. Score times 3. 𝑃𝑒HHPZ. 𝑃EHHPZ. H. Score times 3. Score times 4. UXGTP3. Score times 4. Score times 6 is XWJ5EY. XWJ. Seriously, when I was a kid playing video like Lego games, I always immediately go for the cheat codes first and then play the game. E. Score times 6. Score times 8 is SS. No, it's S5UZCP. Oh, come. I just read the cheat code and I realized what the. Oh my god, that code in particular aged like fucking milk. That's literally a fucking particular kind of code. 5. Oh, fuck. Alright. There you go. SS. S5. U. Z. C. Silhouettes. FQGPYH. Alright. More effects codes. That's not effect. It's character codes. Alright, here we go. 7EQ, F47. EQ, F47. Okay, WL for T6N. I'm literally putting all the codes I can in here. For T6N. Indiana Jones 1. Oh, okay. PGWC. And then FGL KY5. FG. And then DZFY9S. DZF. And DZFY9S. Eight BDJG5. Eight BD J G and 5. Huh? 8 BD 8 BD JG. I'm reading code here. 8 BD JG 5. I think they got the code wrong on here. We'll buy it later. So M4C 34K. M4C 4 Teenager in the Desert. 2W8QR3. Two W8 Q Alright, there we go. Alright, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 Alright. J2XS97. J2X S97. Alright. 3FQFKS. Alright. 7AWXJ3. 7AW 7AWX3J. There we go. P4P, CDY. P4P, P4P. I think they got some of these codes wrong. U7SMVK. Alright. QPWDMM. P P Alright. PWD MM. Alright, 3 PG 5 EL. Alright. 5. Alright. 2UJ QWC. Eight two RMC 2. Alright. 2JK562. 2. K. Well, you can talk to me if you want. 2JK. 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 Where the fuck am I at? I lost my place. 2GK. 2GK562. Or C5 AKH. Or KH. Alright, there we go. FTL 48S. FTL 48S. Alright. 𝙂𝙚𝙬𝙧𝙖𝙯. 94 𝑟𝑢𝐴𝑗. 𝑟𝑢𝐴𝑗. All right. Oh, I was reading the wrong ones. Fuck. Wonder why. QN. Q. U. N. C. HDB. Alright, is. Oh, alright, it's 8 BD. 8 BD JG5. Unless I got most of them already. Alright, there we go. Alright. 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 It's a little bit different. Honestly. No, I'd rather just deal with the copyright. Oh, yeah. Who first? Oh, no. Lol. That was funny. Lol. Lol. Okay, that's funny. Alright, here you go. Picture of spirits. Oh. Alright. Alright. Here. That's kind of boring. I think Joey's make it go faster. Oh no. Do we swap weapons every few seconds or there? Alright, let's see here. What else can we do? Ooh. Oh. Okay, Harry Potter little shit. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Alright. Or spirit at what? Oh. Okay. Alright, here we go. We're making progress. Oh. Let's fucking go! Han Solo? What the fuck? Come on. Alright. Alright. Goofers. Right. I thought it was damage him. That was easy. Rip. Alright. Ooh. Oh, I need to use the restroom. Shit. I'm back with Blitzy. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. I forgot to unmute my mic. But yeah, that was cute. Mannequins. Oh no. Need someone to get out of here. Alright. 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 You got fine. But ears. Ears. There we go. Taking a little bath. Okay. Alright. 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 Where am I supposed to throw it at? Okay, where was I supposed to throw it at? Oh, okay. Ew. Oh, now I see. Oh, now I see now. Okay, I am utterly confused now. Huh? Oh. Okay, okay. Travis. Okay, can someone help me here? Oh, now I know. Okay, that's bullshit. Okay. Well, everyone's dying. Lol. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh shit. There you go. Well, I didn't know what did I just do? What was the point of that scene? That little bit of level. Oh. Use the power so we can. Kind of difficult to control these. Where are they? Oh, they have a limited time. Or so you just run into them. Nope, whatsoever. No, it would have been interesting if you need to use at least one of the power-ups. Alright. Come on. No, I kind of understand why now that the first Lego Indiana Jones game is actually better than the sequel. I didn't know you can. Oh my fucking god. Alright. One more. There we go. Let's fucking go. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, wow. Congratulations, you complete. Huh? So part 2. Creative. Oh, shit. Lost Ark. Alright, kind of it. Okay. Alright, got an idea. Shit. Alright. So, what I want to do, since... Okay. Okay, we'll come back to Indiana Jones, but I want to get some to eat first. Alright. I'm gonna get some to eat first, alright? Alright. Alright, chat, I'm gonna go get some to eat. We'll be watching some YouTube. And then after eat, we'll get back into Lego Indiana Jones. Alright? Alright, chat? Alright, I'm gonna make something to eat real quick. We'll watch YouTube for like an hour. And we'll get back into Lego Indiana Jones. Alright? Alright, make sure y'all get something to eat as well. And get some and hydrate too. Make sure you stretch and make sure you use the restroom, alright? Matinee!
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide.
Alright, we're back. We're back to white YouTube reactions. See here. What do you want? Here we go. I'll wait for it to load up real quick. Let's see here. Go. Alright. What the fuck? It's because all, oh my fucking god. It goes all these tabs. Now let's try to reload the page real quick. See, that fixes it.
Man, why did you get it wrong right out of the gate?
Alright. Just for the minute, just enjoy the video. And I'll go get myself something to eat real quick. Alright. Oh fuck. Alright, here we go. Alright, enjoy the video for a minute, alright? Matinee.
I haven't even started the game yet. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 is the pig eye from Zelda. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 is a name of Irish origin meaning fair-skinned or fair-haired, of which this guy is neither. I also don't understand why the quotation marks. Like, I get it, you have to denote names and concepts that are foreign to new players, but you would think that having their names colored differently would suffice. I mean, the word Triforce doesn't have quotation marks, it's just colored differently. But then the number 8 does have quotation marks? People know what the number 8 is, and why is Zelda the only character not denoted with quotation marks? Link makes sense because you can name the character anything you want. Is Ganon in quotes because they knew they spelled it wrong? That still doesn't explain why 8 is in quotes. What are the rules, damn it? Bro, it's 1986. You think people kept that shit back then? Nah, dude, as soon as the game was out of the box, parents threw that paper and cardboard away.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Well, I'd still be alone, I just have a sword now. So, because I've played this game at least once in my life, I have an okay idea of where to bomb walls in the overworld. In fact, because I've played this game before, I know that you can even do that. But if I'm some poor video game novice from, Jesus Christ, 40 years ago, how would I know that you can bomb the walls at all? And if your answer to that is, well, because the manual tells you so, let's explore that, shall we? Typically, I don't read the manual until after I've beaten the game because you don't really need them to experiment and figure things out yourself. Usually, I just like to look at them for additional story material or if there are in-game discrepancies with the manual. While I tend to not consider them essential for playing the game, they're still packaged with the game, and so can be seen as supplemental material for it, especially when considering gameplay mechanics that aren't explained well, or at all, in these early home console titles. So what does the English version of the manual tell us? From page 31, and I quote, "Caves are not only in the places you can see. What was that you said? I looked for the caves in every nook and corner, but I couldn't find them anywhere? Well, you know, they're not only in the places you can see. Link just might be able to pass through the pathways he hasn't been able to get through by using something else. Get the gist? No, you overly sarcastic piece of paper. No, I do not. The manual also happens to have little tips on the bottom of each page, so does that maybe clue us in on what to do? Not in the slightest, because each tip is basically just telling us that secrets exist, but not giving us even a remote hint at how you're supposed to figure them out. And as it pertains to the bombable wall specifically, the tip we're given is, legend has it that there are caves in every possible place above ground. Link is bound to find them as long as he has enough power. Get the idea? Well, the manual says that there's an item called the power bracelet. Is that what I have to use? Technically, yes, you do use the power bracelet to open hidden underground passages, but I don't think that's what this tip is talking about, because it mentions caves specifically, and in other instances in the manual, it tells us that caves are locations found in walls all over Hyrule. Anything other than that is simply labeled an entrance. Taking that into account, the power bracelet can't possibly be what helps us find caves, because its entry in the manual says that it helps Link lift rocks, which isn't how you access the caves. And to top it off, if we look at the entry for the bombs, we can see that it's the only item with a subsection that tells us that at the beginning of the game, we can't carry more than 8 bombs, so to use them sparingly, which, if anything, would discourage you from exploring and trying to bomb every possible place above ground. I've had people tell me that a lot of the secrets in this game are solved through trial and error, but I just don't agree with that. We'll get into it way more during the dungeons, but when I think of something being solved through trial and error, usually you'll have a multitude of limited options at your disposal. Your objective is clear, but how to achieve it is what you have to figure out. And you could even make the argument that the same is true here. The objective is to find the caves. It's not like you have many items to work with, so it must be something you're carrying. But where that falls apart for me is that even once you figure out that you have to use the bombs, Hyrule is massive, with many wall tiles across the overworld, and I can only carry 8 bombs at the start of the game. And it's not like you get bombs super easily either. They're only dropped by specific enemies, depending on which number of enemy they are that you defeat, or you have to go to a shop and buy them, and I'm going to die someday, so I really would rather not waste my precious time on this mortal plane testing out every single bombable wall just on the off chance that I happen to find a cave and replenish my stock after I use them all and find nothing. And unless you had the money or the parents that would let you call a tip hotline or purchase a strategy guide, especially in areas of the world where those things are either uncommon or straight up non-existent in a time before the internet was widely available as a commodity, that is what you would have to do. And it doesn't help that there are certain caves that you're penalized for finding. In the internet age, it's easier to avoid these locations, but if all you have is trial and error, you're either about to find a shop you don't have the money for, get some rupees, or lose some rupees. And if these locations were a bit more obvious, or if
I'm
they
back.
weren't a finite resource, it's whatever. You take the gamble, and if you lose, you lose. But if I've spent hours trying to find a cave that's meant to help me progress through the game, only to find something that punishes me for finding it, I think I'd just throw my NES in the dumpster and swear off video games forever. And to add insult to injury, since I never encountered one in my playthrough, I had to go back and capture footage of a door repair cave, which was incredibly easy because one of the enemies that drops bombs just so happens to be in the same area as one of those caves. So imagine if this was your first exposure to finding a secret in this game. With negative reinforcement, why would I want to find any more caves? Why would I trust interacting with any secret that I find when my earliest exposure to it was punishment? I'm sorry. What? How are you supposed to know this is here? As far as I know, nobody tells you that you can just walk through walls. But don't worry, we'll talk more about that later. It's pretty well known that in the first game, a lot of the NPC dialogue is either awkward, cryptic, useless, or a combination of all three, mostly due to the limited character space for them. This one, about obtaining the white sword, is particularly heinous because he says, master using it and you can have this, which is clearly referring to the sword he has, so one would assume he means for us to master the sword we currently have. The thing is, he gives us the white sword for having a total of 5 or more hearts, which are increased by finding heart containers. One of the ways to do so is by defeating dungeon bosses, which would make sense. Completing dungeons and getting Triforce pieces is a good way to show that we have mastery over our sword. But you can also find heart containers in caves in the overworld, which you don't really need to use your sword much for. As well, what constitutes mastery of our sword? Beyond these words, we're never told how to prove our worth. Because it's not dependent on Triforce pieces, which, like I said, means that it's not dependent on beating dungeons. And even if either of those were the case, how many do I need to beat before I can have the sword? Am I expected to keep trekking back here just to see if I earned it or not? One of the items you can get pretty early on is the blue candle, which has a primary function of lighting up dark rooms in the dungeons. In fact, if you read the manual, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that that's all the candle does. No one tells you otherwise, but they do have a separate use, which is burning down trees to reveal secrets in the overworld. And again, like the bombs in the caves, you would have to try every single tree in order to even find these secrets. However, unlike the bombs, which are an expendable resource, the blue candle has unlimited uses. The only downside is that you can only use the blue candle once per screen, meaning that if a screen has multiple different trees, you would have to try and burn it down, see that it didn't work, leave the screen, come back, and try a different one.
Boy, this is really expensive.
My brother in Hylia, you set the prices! So, in the very first dungeon, if you leave as soon as you enter and then come back, the door to the north just gets unlocked without having to use a key. Something very common, which, again, no one tells you, not even the manual, is that there are blocks you can push to reveal hidden passageways or open shutter doors. Admittedly, this first instance isn't too bad because it's a lone block where you can't really do much else, but later dungeons have blocks arranged in such a way that I have no idea why you would A, be expected to push a block in the first place, and B, know which block to push when you have so many options. Trial and error, sure, but I can't say that I find pushing random blocks until I find the right one to be particularly good or fun game design.
Most Peninsula is the secret.
Cool. What the f*** are you talking about? I'm not supposed to be able to do this. The compass in this game reveals a location of the Triforce fragment, which we can use as a reference point to know where to go to beat the dungeon, which is nice in theory. In later dungeons, though, knowing where the Triforce piece is doesn't mean much when we don't even know how to make our way to it, especially when you have to go down passageways that lead to opposite ends of the map and rooms that are connected through passages that aren't doors. But we'll get to that. In fact, as an addendum, the compass only really becomes useful when you have the respective dungeon's map, and even then, not by much, because we actually have two maps. The one you can see up top revealing the shape of the dungeon, and the map on the subscreen, which only updates as you enter new rooms. While the main screen map can give you an idea of where certain rooms are located, like I said earlier, that doesn't mean you'll know exactly how to get there until you get there. And the subscreen map isn't much more helpful because it only reveals how the rooms are connected once you go through the door that connects to the next room.
Dodongo dislikes smoke.
This hint is meant to clue you in on how to defeat the boss of this dungeon, whose name you would only know through the manual, and overall it's not a terrible hint, but the issue I take with it is that while it's clear that I have to use the bombs, it isn't clear that I have to place the bombs specifically in front of the Dodongos in order for them to do any damage. The manual does tell us that it bounces off attacks with its thick hide, but the only time we would even see smoke is when the bombs explode outside of Dodongos. Ugh, the dark nuts. These bastards can only be damaged by hitting them from behind, which can be finicky on its own, but their walking patterns only make that more difficult. They'll mostly do their own thing, but the second
Which is kind of
you
shit.
get behind them, they decide to turn around because you're in their proximity, but only sometimes. So sometimes you'll land a hit, and other times he'll walk right into you. You can hit them from the side too, but again, that involves getting close to them and risking them walking right into you. Oh! Okay, so don't freak out. The third dungeon in this game is based on the Japanese character Manji, which is represented by way of what is known as a svastika, not a svastika. The difference between the two is that svastikas have their arms rotating clockwise, whereas svastikas have theirs facing counterclockwise. Both are used as symbols of peace, the word svastika coming from Sanskrit and meaning something akin to conducive to well-being. In Hinduism, svastikas represent the sun, whereas salvastikas are meant to represent the night or deeper spirituality. And both symbols have been adopted by different branches of Buddhism over time. That's why it has this meaning in Japan. And because The Legend of Zelda originally had major religious undertones to it, it's not surprising that a symbol that represents spirituality would make its way into the game as a dungeon.
Yeah.
The iconography we in the West most associate this symbol with is not only not a svastika, but it's also rotated at an angle, so no worries, that's not what this is. That being said, given that certain events had only just ended 40 years before this game came out, I would have maybe included something for us homies out west. Like, I kind of wish Minoru Arakawa had been like, okay, so y'all aren't gonna get this, but don't worry, Ganon's not a white supremacist. I can't really blame him, I guess, considering he was literally born a year after World War II ended, so that probably wasn't at the forefront of his mind too much when running Nintendo of America. Something this game does is take control away from you when dialogue is being displayed, and the only time that's really annoying is during the dungeon
You know what would have been funny? If the time that it came out, and they found out that the dungeon has a symbol, and the game instantly gets banned. And then America has to go back, redo the dungeon, and then re-release it. That would have been shit in half.
Dungeons where you encounter the NPCs that give you tips. Not upon first encountering them, mind you, but when you have to go through their room and backtrack through it again, only for their dialogue to have to reappear and waste your time. I already know what you're going to say. Can I just leave? Why does the second potion cost 68 rupees? Like, it's such a specific number. I get that.
You know, where's a mod for the Legend of Zelda, where you can walk in and then tape his mouth shut.
It's a better deal to buy it over the regular life potion, but why not 70 rupees? That's still 10 less than you would pay for double the price. Maybe I just like multiples of 5, and that's why I think it's so weird. I just assumed that the number had special meaning or something, but I couldn't find anything saying so. Someone once pointed out to me that the red pieces that spawn from the Vires look like Mickey Mouse's trousers, and now I can't unsee that. So I just got the step ladder, and you would think that it's used as a bridge to cross certain chasms, and it is, but usually what you'll be crossing with it are bodies of water, which is kind
Hold on.
chasms. So I just got out to me that the red pieces that spawn from the Vires look like Mickey Mouse's trousers, and now
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bruh, I can't unsee it too.
I can't unsee that. So I just got the step ladder, and you would think that it's meant to be used as a bridge to cross certain chasms, and it is, but usually what you'll be crossing with it are bodies of water, which is kind of
I need your help, stepladder. Sorry.
strange because I picked up the raft earlier and is in fact the item I needed to get to the 4th dungeon in the first place. So why can't I just use the raft to cross over one-tile bodies of water? I can cross entire oceans with it, but I can't use it to cross a puddle? I guess when I put it like that. But you wouldn't use a step ladder either. Okay, here we go. From this point on, there are certain rooms and dungeons that are only accessible via blowing up the wall with a bomb. Not through a locked door that requires a key, or a shutter door that requires defeating all the enemies in a room, or even pushing a block to reveal the way. You need a bomb to destroy the wall and grant you access to the rest of the dungeon. The thing is, how would you know that to begin with? And once you know you can, how would you know where to bomb? In the overworld, aside from the final dungeon, none of the bombable areas, to my recollection, are strictly necessary in order to beat the game. You'd miss out on some heart containers and easy rupees, making the game more difficult, but you don't need to find any of them. And this dungeon, while not requiring that you bomb the wall in order to proceed, is the first instance where this happens in a dungeon, and the last few dungeons will require you to bomb walls in order to progress. And again, assuming that the answer is trial and error when, at the end of the game, assuming you found and purchased both the bomb upgrades for a max total of 16 you can carry, that's not a whole lot when you have multiple rooms that have at the least 1 and at the most 3 additional walls you can bomb. And some have none, meaning that in trying to figure out which ones can be blown up, you can absolutely waste and run out of bombs, forcing you to hunt down enemies that drop bombs if you're lucky, or having to straight up leave the dungeon in order to get more. Just to set an example, the last dungeon in the game, Death Mountain, has 57 rooms in total, and of those 57 rooms, 133 of the walls contained therein could be bombed, not counting doors, stairs, or rooms where you likely wouldn't bomb anywhere, such as Ganon's room and Zelda's room. Now, obviously, of those 133 walls, not all of them can be bombed, only 38 of them can be, and obviously the room you're bombing into gets affected as well, meaning you'd only need 19 bombs to tear down every possible wall in the dungeon. Of course, certain rooms have multiple bombable walls that lead to rooms you might have already been to before and can access elsewhere, so at minimum, in order to fully complete the dungeon, and assuming you have the master key which opens all locked doors and ignore the red ring which quarters the amount of damage you take, you only need 4 bombs, half of the amount you can carry at the beginning of the game, meaning that technically speaking you don't even need the bomb upgrades. On which walls though? Well, that's the question, isn't it? There's no way you would know until you tried it. Sure, you only need 4 bombs, but that's assuming you know what you're doing. When you don't and are experiencing the game for the first time, there's absolutely no indicator of which walls can be bombed, and taking that risk, while absolutely necessary, may not be worth it. When you can only bomb 19 out of 133 walls, that's a 14.28% chance of even getting to where you need to go. And I realize that this example is more of an issue with Death Mountain specifically, but I feel like it's emblematic of what my problem with bombing walls in this game is. Trial and error, sure, but if I were to test every single wall in Death Mountain, even with the bomb upgrades, that means that I would have to replenish my bombs. 133 walls minus the 19 walls that can no longer be bombed once you find a bombable wall is 114 divided by 16 max bombs. You can carry 7.125, around 7 times. But remember, you only get 4 bombs per drop or purchase, meaning that I'd need to find 28.5 or 29 bombs just to be able to try every wall in the dungeon. And if you know this game, you'll know that finding even just 1 bomb drop can be a blessing, never mind 29. I swear that the 𝙂𝙚 hitbox makes no sense. Sometimes I have to hit the head, other times I have to hit the neck. I know it's not luck, but it sure can feel like it sometimes. Speaking of luck, and those quotation marks are doing some heavy lifting there, I was getting ready to rant about how it is you're supposed to figure out how to navigate through the Lost Woods, and just learned that an old woman nearby tells you how if you pay her the right amount of rupees. Now, for starters, I don't even know where you find this old woman. Looking it up, it seems like she's in a cave surrounded by peahats and will only tell you the solution if you pay her the right amount of rupees. Pay her too little and she says you're too poor to talk to. Pay her too much and she'll remark about how rich you are but still won't tell you anything, all while keeping the rupees you just gave her. Anyway, that grade A bullshit aside, let's assume you pay her the max amount out of the gate, right? If all she did was take my rupees and not tell me anything useful, why would I assume that coming back and paying her less rupees would yield the result I want? Why do I even have options here? If you want a specific amount, just ask for the specific amount. Finding the old man in the graveyard is also something I wasn't sure about how you know, but I reasoned that since no 𝙂𝙚 appear when touching this particular tombstone, there must be a secret here. But there actually is an old woman who tells you about him, and oh, look at that! Free advice! Anyway, not the point. This old man gives you the magical sword, the strongest one in the game, but much like the one that gives you the white sword, again, you're never told that you need at least 12 heart containers to wield it. Even if at this point you've clocked that you need the hearts to get the sword, how are you meant to know how many you need? The power bracelet is an example of how outdated this game design is. To start, you'll likely have already
Hello. Hi, Censored. How are you?
So that by itself isn't a huge deal. The problem is that before coming to this area, you'll likely have only encountered the Armos by a handful, so not many options leading to a quick eventual result. In this area, you're likely coming in through the west.
Right now we're watching YouTube for the hour.
And past a whopping 10 of them on a single screen. If you're checking and awakening each one of them meticulously and seeing that you're not getting anything out of it other than a fight with an Armos, why would one think that the last statue of the top row of the next screen is going to have anything? I feel like you wouldn't even risk it at that point. And granted, the power bracelet is an entirely optional item, but how you get it and how you use it both represent this exhaustive design choice of try everything because you'll never know where a secret is.
𝙂𝙚 hates certain kind of sound.
Atrocious grammar aside, rooms like this are exactly why you never throw away the manual. If you came in here without it, not only would you not know what a 𝙂𝙠𝙀𝙀 is, but you'd likely have forgotten that this game has a recorder item in it, which you likely don't have when you find this room for the first time, so this just sounds like nonsense. These big-eared, whiskered freaks are the Pulse Voices, enemies that you might notice take a while to be defeated by the sword. Surely, there must be a better way. Checking the manual tells us that they do in fact have a weakness. They hate loud noise. But wait, the old man said that 𝙂𝙠𝙀𝙀 hates certain kind of sound. Is the manual wrong? Is this 𝙂𝙠𝙀𝙀 and this is Pulse Voice? Well, see, the manual is wrong, but not in the way you would think. It doesn't get the name of the enemies wrong. That is a Pulse Voice, and that is a 𝙂𝙠𝙀𝙀. And it's technically not even wrong about Pulse Voice's weakness. It is weak to loud noise in the Japanese version of the game. You see, the Hyrule Fantasy 𝙬𝙤 no Densetsu was released on the Famicom Disk System, a floppy disk attachment for the Japanese NES. Now, the thing about Famicom systems is that they came with both controllers attached to the console, and the Player 2 controller has a unique component to it in the form of a built-in microphone. Originally, what you would do to defeat Pulse Voices would be to make noise into that Player 2 microphone, and the game actually has other Player 2 controller functionalities that are still present in the international versions of the game. But since only the Famicom has that microphone, how do we defeat the Pulse Voices in the West? By playing the recorder near them? That would make sense, right? They hate noise. Nope, they're weak to the arrows in this version, and you would think the least they could do would be to update that information in the manual, right? Because literally nowhere else in the game is this ever even mentioned. Why would it? The manual mentions it. And don't worry, we'll get into the other instances where you can tell that the team translating the manual was not the same team translating the game.
I bet you'd like to have more bombs.
Oh, I sure fucking would, especially because I had to defeat 3 Dodongos and bomb 2 walls to find you. Fortunately, the game's not that cruel and gives you more bombs after defeating the Dodongos and puts enemies in your path that are guaranteed to give you bombs, but I hope you knew to have at least 100 rupees before you got here, because otherwise it's back to grinding for you. If you hated Dark Nuts before, now they come in blue.
Secret power is said to be in the arrow.
What? How am I supposed to know what this is in reference to? Okay, so someone maybe does tell you about the Pole's voice weakness, but how are you supposed to know that that's what he's talking about? Because the room we came from had them? I likely defeated them with the sword or already figured that out by myself. I'm not going to try to place a bomb before I've cleared the room, especially not in the room I came from. And the thing is, this could also be in reference to the item we need to defeat Ganon, which almost makes more sense since the manual suggests that Link needs to use his sword and some other object. And this is the only instance I could find of someone cluing you in on what to use for that fight. Much easier to defeat than Dark Nuts, but can be way more annoying depending on the layout of the room. It gets real bad. I haven't really talked about it because it doesn't happen in this playthrough, but those funnel cake looking things, the likes, have this annoying as shit ability to eat your magical shield, meaning you no longer can block most of the things thrown at you, and the only way to get it back is to buy another one in the overworld. It's not the worst thing that could happen to you, but it's still pretty goddamn frustrating to have to save up for and go buy another one, because they're actually pretty useful.
There are secrets where fairies don't live.
Okay, that's most places, you cryptic asshat! I don't see any around here! Is there a secret here? At this point in the game, when your inventory is full and you've collected all the base forms of the things you can get, is when it really sinks in how annoying it is that you can't navigate up and down in the subscreen. If I want to use the item underneath where my cursor is, I need to manually scroll left or right until it's selected. Oh, yeah, I haven't even talked about how stupid this shit is too, by the way. The overworld map is completely blank, and I'm just a flashing speck on it. And yeah, it's nice to know where the limits of the world are, but this far into the game, I kinda wish I could see what I haven't explored yet, which, as it stands, I would have no way of knowing. The shortcut you can unlock with the power bracelet is fantastic, and I really understand that beggars can't be choosers, but I really wish I could see which path takes you where instead of having me memorize the order, which changes depending on the area you enter from. So, in case you're unfamiliar, this is what that old man was talking about earlier, the whole secrets where fairies don't live thing. It looks like a fairy fountain, but there's no fairy here, so there must be a secret. Sure, okay, I guess. But what do I do? Do I bomb the walls? Do I burn down the trees? Is it something to do with the moblin up there? No, you have to play the recorder here. The problem with this is that if you were to play the recorder anywhere else on the overworld, it would summon a whirlwind that would take you to the previous dungeon you cleared if you're facing left or down, or loops around the dungeons you've cleared in sequential order if you're facing right or up. And aside from one of those footnote tips in the manual, no one clues you in on the fact that this is what you have to do. And wait, the whistle? Why is it called the whistle in the manual, but the recorder in-game? There's an item in this game called food that no one really explains in the game. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that it's similar to the life potion in that if you use it, you get hearts back. But if you were to check the manual to see what it does, it's called the enemy bait in the manual? Why didn't they just call it that in the game? You wouldn't need to have anyone explain it if you just called it that! Anyway, if we check the item's description, it says Link can use this bait to lure the enemy and bump them off as they come to eat it. But watch out, this doesn't work for some of the enemy. Doesn't work for some of the enemy. Not my point. Point being, the item can be useful in luring certain enemies away from you if you so choose, but it does have a mandatory purpose in game that no one explains. You need to use it to get past certain Gorias in the dungeons, and the only clue you have is text above them that reads grumble grumble, which I'm guessing is to indicate that their stomach is rumbling because of hunger. And fair enough, but the word grumble is more commonly associated with the act of muttering something under your breath, which is how I originally interpreted this, so my first instinct wasn't to give him something to eat. This room. So I haven't talked about either of these enemies
I
yet.
hate
Most
that
enemies
room.
on their own, they're not that bad, but this room has a combination of bubbles and wall masters. The Wall Masters are terrible, grabby hands that send you all the way back to the beginning of a dungeon if they catch you, but are pretty easy to avoid and defeat. The bubbles, on the other hand, can't be defeated, and while they don't deal any damage to you, the big threat they pose is that when they hit you, you're unable to use your sword for a bit, on top of dealing some knockback, leaving you vulnerable to other enemies. Considering the layout of this room, it's really easy for a bubble to knock you into a Wall Master that you can't attack, placing you way back at the beginning. Mind you, you don't have to redo everything you've unlocked in the dungeon, but it's still annoying to have to make it all the way back to this room. You can still hit the Wall Masters with your wand since it's a second
Okay.
level, but no one really tells you that. Level 8 is found by burning down this one single tree in this forest, and the only hint you get for this is an old man saying, "The secret is in the tree at the dead end," which, if you've played this game, you know means it could be many trees. Also, if you're coming in from the east, I'd hardly call this tree a dead end, considering it's just tucked in one tile from the right. The item I just picked up is the Book of Magic, which allows our wand to have fire properties, meaning that if we use its power in a dark room, on top of dealing damage to any enemy we hit, it will also light up the room. Mind you, you can technically do the dungeons in any order you want, provided you have the necessary items to complete it, but if you're going in the intended order like I am, you'll have just gotten the red candle in level 7, which is an upgrade to the blue candle, allowing you to use it as many times as you want per screen. Both the Red Candle and the Book of Magic are, by all accounts, optional items, but the Book of Magic is just an overall more useful upgrade, which by itself is fine. It's the fact that we just got the Red Candle only for it to be immediately replaced functionally in the very next dungeon that I think is silly. I mean, you can get the Blue Candle before you even enter a dungeon, and it doesn't get upgraded until near the end of the game, right before you get an item that makes the upgrade redundant? I hate this damn room, from the number of blue darknuts to the fact that you have projectiles flying at you from every angle. Dying in any dungeon resets the regular enemies, so you would have to clear this room again, but with only the 3 hearts you respawn with, really putting the pressure on. I never really thought about it, but I think it's really clever to have the rupees act as your arrow count in the game, if only because it was probably easier to do so than to make the item have its own counter back then. But that just makes me wonder, in-universe, why are you spending money to shoot arrows? Are your rupees part of the arrows? Are you same-day delivering arrows into your inventory?
Spectacle Rock is an entrance to death.
Okay, I'm sorry. What the f does that mean, man? I don't know what the hell Spectacle Rock is. And no one, not even the manual, has an answer to that. Thanks for telling me where an entrance is when I have no idea what the location you're talking about is or looks like.
10th enemy has the bomb.
What? The bomb? What are you talking about? So, what would you immediately assume he means when you read this? That every 10 enemies you defeat will grant you a bomb, right? You're given no more information than that. Well, apparently what he means, something that took people almost 30 years to figure out, is that if you defeat 9 enemies without taking a hit and defeat a 10th one with a bomb, that 10th enemy will drop more bombs for you. But only if they're an enemy that drops items to begin with. And that's part of a larger programming system where if any given enemy type is a certain number of defeated enemy without taking a hit, they'll always drop a specific item. The Blue Octoroks, for example, are meant to drop bombs if they're the first, 6th, or 8th consecutive enemy you defeat without taking a hit. And if you defeat 16 enemies in a row without taking damage, you're guaranteed to get a fairy. And let me be perfectly honest, it's a lot more complex than how I'm describing it, containing certain exceptions due to programming indices, drop RNG and whatnot. It's a pretty cool system, and would be very useful to strategize around, if only it were explained better than this. Oh, this is Spectacle Rock? Yeah, I guess those look like glasses, sure.
Let's go to the next one.
Let's get right into it. Number 8. Escaped from the Cult of One. Imagine having a superpower that lets you spot toxic people from a mile away. Well, some people actually have this power. They're the ones who escaped from what psychologists call a cult of one. Basically, a relationship where one person tries to control everything about your life. When these people finally break free, they develop something incredible. Their brain basically gets upgraded with a built-in manipulation detector. They can spot a fake compliment faster than a cat spots a laser pointer. They can sense emotional manipulation before the manipulator even opens their mouth. Scientists have actually studied this phenomenon. They found that survivors of these relationships develop an almost supernatural ability to read micro-expressions, that tiny twitch in someone's face that most people miss. These folks catch it every time. They're basically the human equivalent of those airport security scanners, except instead of finding hidden weapons, they find hidden manipulation tactics. They become like a walking, talking manipulation Wikipedia for their friends. Their friend starts dating someone new and says, "They told me I can't hang out with my other friends anymore because they love me too much." And their red flag radar starts going crazy. They're sitting there like, "Hold up, I've seen this episode before. And trust me, the season finale sucks." It's like they've got a PhD in spotting BS, but instead of student debt, they paid with emotional trauma.
Yeah, literally get you can literally get a PhD in psychology by just being traumatized.
Number 7. The poacher turned gamekeeper. Imagine having a built-in radar for danger, like a superhero's sixth sense. That's exactly what happens when someone with a shady past decides to use their powers for good. These folks used to be the ones pulling off scams, dodging cops, and living life on the wrong side of the law. Now they're using those same skills to spot trouble from a mile away. It's like having a former bank robber design your security system. They've got this weird superpower where they can spot a scam just by noticing tiny details that most people would miss. Like how that security guard is wearing boots that no real guard would wear, or how that police officer is standing just a little bit wrong. Where normal people see a friendly handshake, they're seeing 17 different signs that someone's trying to pull a fast one. Some of them even team up with the same type of people who used to chase them down. A former art thief working with museum security, or that former scammer who now runs a YouTube channel exposing every new con trick in the book. Number 6. The champion of misfits. Picture this. You're that kid in school who never quite fit in, but that feeling of being different is like getting a superpower in disguise. You start noticing other kids sitting alone at lunch. You see the new student struggling to make friends, and something clicks in your brain. You realize you've got special eyes that spot lonely people like a superhero spots trouble. It's like having a built-in radar that goes off whenever someone needs a friend. You become like those Japanese pottery masters who fix broken bowls with gold. The cracks don't disappear, they become the most beautiful part. You turn your dark past into a flashlight, and you use it to help other people find their way out of the dark. Number 5. The cycle breaker. Imagine being the only person in your family who goes to therapy. Everyone else thinks you're crazy for airing dirty laundry to strangers, but you're not crazy. You're what psychologists call a cycle breaker. Think of it like being the first person in your family to
If therapy wasn't too goddamn expensive, then maybe I would get therapy, but no. That's with thousands of fucking dollars. Holy shit.
realize the house is on fire. While everyone else is sitting in the living room pretending everything's fine, you're the one running for the fire extinguisher. Being a cycle breaker comes with some pretty interesting superpowers. First off, you develop this almost superhuman ability to spot toxic behavior from a mile away. It's like having emotional spider sense. You also become really good at building what therapists call a chosen family. Think of it like being the casting director of your own life movie. Instead of being stuck with whatever characters you were born into, you get to handpick your supporting cast. Cycle breakers often become their own parents. Not in a weird multiple personality way, but in the sense that they learn to give themselves the love and support they never got as kids. And scientists have found that cycle breakers actually develop different brain patterns than their family members. Number 4. The con artist turned candor master. Imagine being so good at lying that you could convince anyone of anything. That was life for these special con artists. But living in a world of lies isn't the freedom you'd think it is. Every new lie is another bar in your prison, and you're the one building it. They had so many fake identities, they'd forgotten who they really were. Then something incredible happens. They hit rock bottom and realize there's only one way out. They have to become the exact opposite of what they were. These former con artists transform into what you might call truth fanatics. They become human lie detectors because they know every trick in the book. They can spot a fake smile from a mile away because they used to practice those in the mirror. These people become obsessed with honesty, not just normal honesty, but radical honesty. They're allergic to even the smallest white lie because they know where that road leads. Their word becomes their superpower. When a reformed con artist tells you something, you can bet your life on it being true, because they know better than anyone the price of a lie. Their past, which should be their greatest shame, becomes their greatest strength. Number 3. The ground zero architect. Imagine having everything stripped away from you. Your money, your relationships, your reputation, all gone. Most people would curl up into a ball and give up. But there's this weird thing that happens when you hit absolute rock bottom. You discover this strange kind of freedom. When you've lost everything, what's left to be afraid of? It's like being a video game character who's already used up all their lives. Suddenly, You can try the craziest moves because what's the worst that could happen? You're already at zero, and that's when something fascinating happens. You become what I call a ground zero architect. Your fear of failure is gone. Your need for approval vanished. Your attachment to the way things should be is gone. And that's when you start getting creative in ways that would have seemed insane before. It's like being a chef who's lost all their fancy ingredients and has to make something amazing with just salt and potatoes. That's when real innovation happens. Those people who invented amazing things during their darkest times were ground zero architects. They didn't just rebuild their old lives. They created something entirely new. Hitting rock bottom isn't the end of your story. It's just the tutorial level for your comeback arc. Number 2. The Phoenix Who Mastered Reality. Imagine waking up one day and actually being excited about watching paint dry. This is about people who turned their battle with addiction into a superpower. When you're deep in addiction, your brain only lights up for one thing. Everything else might as well be in black and white. But when these people finally break free, it's like they got upgraded to seeing in HD. Suddenly, they're noticing things that most people walk right past. The way morning dew sparkles on grass becomes better than any artificial high. The sound of birds chirping hits different when you're actually present to hear it. It's like they developed this weird superpower where ordinary stuff becomes extraordinary. Their dark past actually helped them appreciate these little things more than people who never struggled. It's like having to eat nothing but bland food for years, and then suddenly tasting chocolate for the first time. These people don't just notice the good stuff, they celebrate it like they just won the lottery. A quiet morning with a cup of coffee becomes better than any party they've been to. Now they walk around like they've got some cosmic inside joke with the universe. Maybe hitting rock bottom is actually finding the foundation for building something extraordinary. Number 1. The Unflinching Veteran of Chaos. Ever notice how some people just don't flinch when everything's falling apart? While everyone else is running around like headless chickens, they're just standing there, calm as a cucumber. These are the people who've danced with danger so many times they've learned all its moves. Their past is basically an extreme boot camp for life. They've done things that would make most people's hearts stop. All that crazy stuff actually rewired their brains. It's like they've built up an immunity to panic. Scientists have actually studied this phenomenon in extreme athletes and military veterans. These people's brains literally process fear differently than the average person. It's like they've developed an emotional shock absorber. If you've literally stared death in the face and said, "Not today, buddy," your boss yelling about a missed deadline just doesn't hit the same. These are the people you want around when everything goes wrong. While everyone else is losing their minds over a problem, they're already 3 steps into solving it. They're like human lighthouses in a storm, helping others navigate through their own chaos. Sometimes dancing with chaos is just practice for becoming someone else's calm in the storm. That's all for today. I'll be making similar videos in the future.
Let's read the comments. Let's just say he really got into it.
Today, you and I are going to be taking a look at the ridiculous state of YouTube ads in 2025. So get comfy, grab a snack, and join me as we look at women doing freaky things on camera, a quiet yet very noticeable increase in ads across the entire platform, and YouTube continuing to wage war on ad blockers. And if you think all that sounds bad, it somehow gets worse, because if you open the YouTube app on your phone in the year 2025, it is possible that you will see an ad. As a wise honey-addicted orange bear once said, "Oh, bother." I figured that YouTube can technically say these aren't conventional ads because, as you've just seen, they're either promoting YouTube Premium or promoting a certain song to use in YouTube Shorts, which is more like a sponsorship. But regardless of what you call them, it is just a sad, sorry state of affairs at this point. And inevitably, YouTube will continue to increase ads in every possible way, just like they did back in June 2025 when they announced more and more viewers viewers would begin to see 30-second unskippable ads when watching on a TV. For context, when unskippable ads were introduced on YouTube, they were only 6 seconds long, before being increased to 15 seconds, then again to double 15 seconds, and finally 30 seconds. As you might have expected, there's not many people who appreciate the ads being this long. I actually found something quite...
They're gonna soon do double 30-second unskippable ads. Oh, there's I think it's on YouTube TV that I got literally 9 concurrent 30-second unskippable ads. Yeah, nah, that's not flying anymore.
Interesting while making this video, it's a Google help page for advertisers, and as you can see there's a table that contains all the different types of ads that can appear on YouTube except pause ads. But what caught my attention wasn't the absence of pause ads, it was in fact that in the skippable ads category it explicitly says that these ads don't have a maximum length, meaning advertisers could, in theory, upload ads that are hours or even days long. I've seen plenty of Reddit posts over time saying things like, I've just seen a whole movie as an ad, or I've just seen a My Little Pony episode as an ad, and hopefully this statement, which I should reiterate, is on an official page by Google, brings these people closure. It's not a weird bug or glitch, it's an actual option for advertisers. However, this table also states...
I think one of the ads, yeah, one of the ads I saw back in around 2013-ish was basically the Lego Movie as an ad. The entire Lego Movie uncut as an ad. That got taken down, and I'm pretty sure YouTube took all the money and gave it to the to the copyright holders.
That the maximum length for unskippable ads is only 15 seconds. And I've also seen loads of Reddit posts by people saying they've seen super long adverts that they can't skip. So, if you've ever seen an unskippable ad that's over 15 seconds long on a device that's not a TV, like a PC or VR headset, as far as I can tell, that is not okay. So I would encourage you to report such ads. But maybe the good people of YouTube wouldn't mind watching longer ads, if the ads themselves are appropriate and at least somewhat entertaining. To be fair, they are entertaining, but only if you're in a certain type of mood, if you catch my drift. Inappropriate, freaky, suggestive, adult, call them what you want, these ads have been an issue on this platform for quite a while, and I think the big question on your mind right now is, have they gotten worse?
A lot worse.
Let's see what Reddit thinks. What the hell are these ads, bro? The state of YouTube ads. Bro, I'm in my early 20s. Why is this ad showing on my YT? Come on now. Just why, bro? I'm effing tired. What is this ad? Celebrity face in not safe for work ad. Who is that? Is that meant to be Sabrina Carpenter? Yeah.
Taylor Swift.
YouTube, I don't think that's a test. That's straight up popcorn from a game made by a minor. WTF is wrong with YouTube ads. WTF is up with YouTube ads. Kids are getting these ads too. A day in the life... Oh, yeah, I can't even read that. Meanwhile, ads on YouTube, X down player, that doesn't sound suspicious at all. Disturbing ads on YouTube Shorts. YouTube is trying to protect kids with the new AI age verification, but these are the kind of ads that are allowed on the platform. I can't even show this. I cannot even show this. This person here has mentioned that they got an ad for Weapons, a relatively recent horror movie, on a baby shark video. What are these peak advertisements? Oh yeah, we've all seen this one. These ads are getting weird. Oh wow, yeah. Okay. When me nut emoji install app to unlock nudie version free, I can make you blank in 1 minute. Yeah, I think that says it all. Sorry I have to censor
Yeah.
ads and my own language so much. The irony here, of course, is that YouTube might take this video down if I don't, but will seemingly allow ads like this to roam free on the platform. YouTube actually
And
made
that's
a
all.
statement recently
That's
stating-
AI generated pictures.
BBC News article saying they feel like they shouldn't be regulated like a TV channel in terms of ads, and that they have strict policies that they enforce rigorously. They also claim that when they find ads that breach their policy, they take immediate.
You know, that would have been sensible if YouTube did not host actual football games on their platform. Paid football game. Paper. But people don't know, YouTube hosts pay-per-view videos. They do. They really do. So since they do that, YouTube should absolutely be regulated as basically a cable TV.
Action in the form of removing the ads in question. At this very moment in time, if YouTube is working hard to stop inappropriate ads from getting onto the platform, I will give them credit, because that is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. But having said that, I'm pretty confident that these ads go against YouTube's own guidelines, and if this was the case, surely they would have already made it impossible for these ads to sneak past their moderation. Sometimes they'll crack down on creators for the slightest breach of guidelines, and of course they've been known to have wrongfully removed videos and channels in the past, so why does the same strictness seemingly not apply to ads as well? Am I missing something? Whatever the case may be, I will be a happy man when the website is rid of this utter weirdness. I'll also be a happy man if AI ads ever get banned from YouTube, but sadly for me, there's no chance that will happen anytime soon, thanks to YouTube currently having a very public love affair with all things AI. If you go onto YouTube's own blog, they currently have a category for all posts relating to AI, a clear indication that they are proud to be putting AI front and center to represent the company. Anyway, in May 2025, YouTube unveiled a new ads feature called Peak Points, which involves using Google's AI Gemini to determine the most peak moments of a video, which is basically when the majority of the video's viewers are at their most engaged. They even created a little GIF to demonstrate the feature. As you can see, it's a clip of two people on a mountain, and all of a sudden one of them proposes, yay! And then an ad plays. Oh dear. But if you think YouTube using AI to place ads is bad, did you know that Google has tools for advertisers to create ads using AI? Well, if you didn't, the next time you see an ad on this platform, pay close attention, because if something about it looks slightly off, it might well be because it's AI generated. I feel like I should also mention here that if a YouTuber uses AI in their videos, they are technically supposed to disclose it by ticking a checkbox. Not sure why I struggle to get through that sentence so much, but what I want to know is, why do advertisers seemingly have more freedom than creators when it comes to AI? That's a question that I probably won't get an answer to, and speaking of questions, people on Reddit have recently been asking something a little bit different. Is YouTube slowing down my PC? It's a bold claim, there's no getting away from that, but there is without a doubt a clear pattern of users on Reddit wondering that YouTube might be deliberately slowing down their PCs. And why on earth would they do that, you might ask? Well, people are theorizing that if you use an ad blocker on YouTube in 2025, they will slow down your PC as a sort of punishment, I suppose. Now, for legal reasons, I've got to absolutely say that this is just a theory I've seen. I'm not personally claiming this as a fact. I'm just relaying what some adblock users have experienced. So it is interesting to consider.
And with with built-in ad blockers, like Brave and stuff like that. Brave has been combating Google. Brave and Firefox have been combating Google, and optimizing their browsers even further to make sure the user experience is good. However, YouTube may just say, "Fuck it, we're blocking your browser entirely from accessing YouTube." I'm betting my bottom dollar that Google will start blocking entire browsers from accessing their services if you use an ad blocker. That's what I'm thinking it's gonna go to.
But something that is undoubtedly true is the ongoing battle that YouTube is having with people using ad blockers on the website. A battle that's been going on for what seems like an eternity, and one that's showing no signs of stopping. Unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably seen this message before.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I personally think if there was one image to represent YouTube in 2025, it would be this one. There aren't many ad blockers nowadays that can get around this, thanks to YouTube's increased fortification, but there was one that just so happened to rhyme with fluflockflorigen. But even that got obliterated by YouTube back in July this year, so time will tell as for which ad blockers will survive YouTube's infinite wrath. You might have noticed that this chapter of the video is titled Ad Blockers versus YouTube Premium, or something to that effect. And that's the fundamental debate when it comes to wanting to have an ad-free experience while watching top-tier entertainment, like Logan Paul using his pregnant fiancée to promote inedible food. But with the price of premium going up at least once every year, there's no wonder so many people are still going to use ad blockers. And to be completely honest, as a YouTuber, I don't have any problem with my viewers using one if it means a better viewing experience for them. However, in 2025, it does seem that the only way to have an absolute...
Here's in chat with my YouTube channel. Hopefully, my YouTube channel stays up. If you're gonna use an ad block, do that at your own risk. I'm not promoting ad block at all, YouTube. Fuck off. I am absolutely not promoting ad block. Chat, I just highly advise you to just do whatever you can to make your general browsing experience as best as possible. Whatever extensions you may be forced to use, more extensions you have to use, just use it. I don't care about losing out on ad revenue. Are we gonna hopefully make something like Patreon or Twitch or whatnot, subscription based exclusive content, and hopefully merch in the distant future to be my primary source of income.
Absolutely ad-free experience on YouTube,
As well as art commissions.
To YouTube Premium. As I've said before, wait, hang on, what's this? Oh, bother.
Beyond the internet. Yeah. Okay. I realized that was the end, and I'm probably gonna get copyright for that song. Fuck off, YouTube. Not my fault.
Super Mario...
YouTube, it's not my fault that you did not inform me that your own library that you provide can still be copyrighted. Your own free library that's free to use, YouTube, can still be copyrighted. YouTube, if one of your songs in your free to use library expires, like the licensing for it expires, let us creators fucking know. Don't just be quiet about it and then copyright us left and right because we're still using we're still using the songs, or you copyright us you retroactively copyright a bunch of our videos for one song that was in your free music library that the license is now expired, let us fucking know so we can erase the fucking song from the videos, you motherfuckers.
64 has to be one of the most influential games ever made. Not only was it a genre-defining release, being one of the first full 3D platformers, but it is also still relevant decades after it is.
Yeah, I still play Super Mario 64, albeit an unofficial way on my PC. I'm not gonna get too much into it.
Come out. From being one of the most popular speed games to being responsible for countless memes, launching many, tackling the Super Mario Star Road ROM hack for this video. This set has 32 mostly completion-based achievements, ranging from 11 progress achievements for getting certain star counts and beating bosses, 16 achievements for collecting every star in each of the game's 15 worlds and overworld, then 4 miscellaneous achievements. Because of the nature of this set, I'm gonna just go for 100% completion and see if I missed any achievements along the way. And I like input from you, so if you have any ideas for any achievement sets I should tackle in the future, leave a comment. I like to know what you guys like. And while you're down there, hit the like and subscribe button. These videos take a long time to make, so it really helps motivate me to keep going. Alright, that's really enough yapping. Let's get the show on the road.
Fuck.
We get the honor of talking to the one and only Yoshi, who lets us know that Bowser has reached the world of the Star Spirits and has set up a base there. Because of this, he has access to all of the Star Road portals, and he's using them to wreak havoc all over the Mushroom Kingdom, and we need to stop him. This time around, the courtyard and castle are completely different from the base Super Mario 64 game. It has more of an open concept deal going on. I can imagine a kitchen here, couch here, and an industrial-sized McDonald's 3 platinum gas grill here. Well, this area gives us access to the first few worlds of this hack. I found the first stage, Bob-omb Islands, pretty quickly inside of this painting. As you may have guessed, Bob-omb Islands is pretty much the Bob-omb battlefield of Star Road. It's a decently sized sandbox style level that rewards exploration. The first star, Big Bob-omb's Sky Fort, has us climbing up to the top of this mountain and then do a bit of platforming over to the castle in the sky. Up here, we have a rematch with King Bob-omb from the original game, except this time the fight is way more interesting. He takes 4 hits instead of 3, and for defeating him, we get the first star of the game as well as the first achievement of this set. By the way, if you hear this sound, take a look at the top left corner of the screen. It'll let you know which achievement I just got. Star 2 of Bob-omb Islands is called Top of the Sunken Shit. I'm noticing we have to do a bit more exploring this time around. Using my eyes, I saw the star over in the distance, and I figured that in order to reach it, we would need to open up the cannon. So I ran around a bit looking for the Bob-omb that would do that for us, and I finally found it on top of one of these towers. I have no clue how he got up there. With that, most of the work was done, and I shot myself over to the star. Next, I needed to go around the back side of this mountain to complete this little platforming challenge, which in all honesty was light work. It was just a couple of wall kicks and a long jump. I genuinely think a baby could do this. Star 4 had us collecting the 8 red coins, so I decided I would tackle the 100 coin star at the same time. Running around and trying to find the 8 red coins and 100 coin star in each stage really became one of my favorite parts of this hack. As we're gonna see, the hack's level design is amazing, and exploring each stage thoroughly is really fun. The hack also gets decently difficult later on, so it adds another layer of challenge. But this search was pretty easy and was over in no time. Star 5 was called Deep Dive in the Cage, and as far as I could tell, there wasn't a way to grab this one, so I moved on to the next stage. Psych, you thought I would give up that easy? I'm an expert at this game, and if I see a bomb, I'm gonna use it. The final stage here had me stomp on the 5 rocks near the Chain Chomp, which spawned the star, and with that, I was completely done with Bob-omb Islands. Course 2, Sky Island Resort, is accessed by jumping into this vase. Once again, like in Course 1, the stage kind of matches the same theme of vanilla Mario 64. Like Whomp's Fortress, the Sky Resort has us fighting the Whomp King. Well, this time the new Whomp King. We already have a pretty big jump in difficulty here. This course is a Sky Island where there are tons of places where you can die. The only thing really comparable from base 64 is Rainbow Ride, which is the last course in the game. This is sort of an easier version of that. From this blue Bob-omb, we learn that the Whomps have taken over this resort and are ruining the place. So let's go fight him and kill him forever. The path up to the Whomp King is pretty short. Just up these moving platforms, a couple of jumps,
and another moving platform. This fight once again is similar to the base game. I'm noticing, except this time, the Womp King is much faster, and we have holes in the ground to worry about. But still, it was a piece of cake, 3 hits, and we're done. Now, we need to climb the windmill, and this one is pretty fun. It's the first of many platforming heavy stars in the game. Taking the same path used over the Womp King, if instead we go right, we end up in this windmill. And here we do a couple of wall jumps, hit the switch, and do some platforming around the outside on the temporary platforms. I don't have many complaints about this hack, but one thing I struggled with throughout was the crappy camera. I found it would get stuck on virtually anything, but that's more of a problem with the game engine and not the hack itself. After getting that star though, I ran into a bit of a pickle. Next star, the flying stepping stones, requires the metal cap to be unlocked so that you can use these boxes to do some platforming. Unfortunately, I didn't find a way around this one, so I went on a quest to try and find the metal cap stage. I ran around the castle grounds for a while. I located the way to get into course 3, but yeah, that's not the metal cap stage. So I looked around some more until I found this pipe tucked away around the back side of the castle. Going in brought me to Mushroom Town. Unfortunately, I figured out this wasn't where the metal cap was hidden either, but I did have a couple of stars I could go and grab. The first one was a race to the top of the mountain against 𝙂𝙚 the Quick, and although I had never seen this level in my life, everything was set out in a way that I was able to breeze through this stage without a problem. Star 2 was an 8 red coin star, which wasn't too bad. These coins are all spread around the level pretty well, and all offer a little bit of an extra challenge that the main path doesn't provide. I actually swam around like a bumbling idiot for a couple of minutes here because I was missing the last red coin, which I eventually found in this water. For now, that's all that Mushroom Mountain Town has for us, so I moved forward. I thought maybe I had made a mistake in Skyland Resort and was looking around for the wrong star my first time around, so I elected to go back in there again to see what I could do. I figured that by exploring, I would be able to get at least a star or 2 extra here, even if star 3 was out of the question for now. I ended up getting star 4, finding the purple switch by going across the top of this roof. I'm noticing and hitting this button that opened a gate for me. But after that, I figured I should stop going back and forth from stage to stage and plot myself down in one place. I made my way into course 3, Piranha Plant Pond, with this first star, Climb the Ruins. It was pretty obvious off the bat where I needed to go. Not here, or here, but here, the ruined building. I climbed up to the top where I got the star. When I went into the next star, the flooded cave, I noticed something almost instantly. That once again, there was another goddamn metal cap box I would need for a star. My problem is, I'm someone who likes to do everything in one go around, and it was messing up with my flow a bit, but there was nothing I could really do about that right now, so I quit the game forever. Just kidding, I sucked it up and went through this cave, pushed this block, and got the star. Star 3 was the 8 red coins and 100 coins challenge. The coins here could be found on this block, on this piece of rubble, under the water by the metal cap, on this slope by the lake, on the hedge maze, on this dead tree, under this small bridge, in the water inside of the flooded cave, and inside of Golden Freddy's mouth. I got the 100 coin and the 8 red coin star and moved on. By the way, I also found this sweet little bomb that opened up the cannon during the stage right on top of this platform near the beginning, which Star 4 utilized. I basically just needed to shoot myself right to the platforms on the side of the tower, then got up to the top. Underwater Metal Dash clearly needed me to use the metal cap, so I wasn't going to do that yet. And I also couldn't figure out how to get Star 6 on top of the clock tower, so I reluctantly needed to move on to do the next thing on my list, which was 𝙂𝙚 Harbor. I'd heard along the grapevine, the Star Road Wiki, that the metal cap stage could be found somewhere within 𝙂𝙚 Harbor. And after a bit of fooling around the stage, looking at the wiki, I found it by hitting the switch and using the blocks it formed to get into this cracked window, which sure enough brought me exactly where I needed to go. I really like how this game incentivizes you to break into other people's homes through their windows. It's really teaching good life skills. Thought I was gonna say something that wasn't a bad joke there. But not only does this special area allow me to unlock the metal cap, but it also has a star for me to collect, which is an 8 red coin hunt around the sandy volcano lava-y area. Thankfully, this place is tiny, so the coins are easy to find, but they still incentivize you to explore every little detail the creator made within this little stage. After I got all 8 red coins, I left and decided I could probably finish up Skyland Resort. And I guess third visit should be a charm, because this time around I was actually able to complete this stage. I was rightish previously, and the path for Star 3 opened up because I unlocked the metal cap. This one ended up easy. Then for Star 5, I once again had to search for 8 red coins, which were located on this roof at the start, by the side of this gateway, on the ledge by the water, which, by the way, yes, I know I see the vanish cap here. Kill me. Underneath this platform by the water, on this floating platform on the way to Star 4 inside of the windmill. Oh hey, the 100 coin star. And finally at the top where this womp fight was. Oh, would you look at that? Star 6 is the one that needs that vanish cap. I guess we are never gonna beat this stage. But on the bright side, since I have the metal cap, I can finish off Piranha Plant Pond. For Star 5, I grabbed the metal cap, hit the switch, walked up this wall because obviously that makes sense that you can do that with the metal cap, did some parkour, and then I was done. I feel like maybe there was a way to cheese this stage, but whatever. And since now I had a hint for the final star of this course, I was actually able to figure out what I needed to do. I needed to find an owl to fly me to the top of that tower. I pretty much checked every single tree until one of the very last trees, because of course it was the last tree in the level, was the one that I was looking for. I took the owl, flew over to the star, I'm noticing, and finished Piranha Pond. Stage 4
I'm
was obviously Tokyo
noticing.
Harbor, which we've already visited, but not done anything in yet other than commit crimes. So hopefully they're cool with us and don't prosecute us in the court of law. I spoke with this kind Babam who...
Okay, let's see this one.
These stories I'm about to tell are some of the worst plane hijackings in history.
Ooh.
And let's start off with Indian Airlines flight IC-814. This first hijacking lasted for 7 whole days, during which one of the passengers was brutally stabbed to death and then had their body thrown out like trash. It's December 24th, 1999. A seemingly normal day. And we're here at 𝙂𝙬 International Airport in Kathmandu, Nepal, with 179 innocent passengers and 11 crew members ready to take their nice 2-hour flight to, well, New Delhi, 1639 IST. Indian Airlines Flight 814 was in the air. Just like the start of any other flight, the flight attendants were going down the aisles serving each passenger with complimentary refreshments, not knowing that they had just served the passengers who were going to take this whole airline down. 5 men, starting with Ibrahim Attar, Shahid Akhtar Sahid, Sunny Ahmed Kazi, Zahur Mistry, and Shakir were on board IC-814. These men were members of the 𝙂𝙤𝙬𝙤, a super well-known terrorist organization that had ties to the likes of Osama bin Laden. One of the hijackers, wearing a mask, holding a revolver and a goddamn grenade in his hands, got up from his seat and followed behind Anil Sharma, one of the flight crew members, to the cockpit of the plane, 1653 IST. Now the hijacker has the revolver aimed at Captain Davy Sharon's head from behind. All of a sudden, he feels a gun pressed against his head, and a random voice from behind saying that this flight is being hijacked. And guys, we'll get into the demands of the hijackers a bit later. But it only took 3 minutes for the Delhi Air Traffic Control to catch wind of what was going on. They managed to send out a distress signal alerting the authorities of the hijacking. In the main cabin, the other hijackers got up from their seats and demanded that the crew take away the food that they have served to the passengers at the beginning of the flight. The crew members didn't know what else to do, so they complied. The hijackers then went from seat to seat down the aisle, screaming and demanding that all of the men be separated from the women and children on the flight. They also ordered that all passengers wear blindfolds. And like you would expect, the passengers were absolutely terrified at this point. Many of them hesitated to follow orders, which is when the hijackers looked at them and threatened them with explosives if they questioned anything that they were saying. The hijacking was going according to plan. Well, at least the hijackers thought. 1804 IST. In the cockpit, the captain grabbed his radio and begged the Indian Air Traffic Control to convince the Pakistani Air Traffic Control to let them land. Why, you may be asking? Because the Pakistani ATC refused permission for the plane to land in Lahore. The problem was that Indian Airlines Flight 814 only had 1 hour of fuel left, which meant that this whole plane was about to come crashing the hell down. Unfortunately, the hijackers overheard the captain talking to the Indian ATC. The men took action to this and began to threaten that they would execute 10 passengers if the plane landed in India instead of the Pakistani airspace. The hijackers hesitantly allowed the captain to land the flight at the 𝙂𝙤𝙬𝙤 Airport, an Indian airport that is close to the Pakistani border. 1844 IST. The plane starts its descent towards 𝙂𝙤𝙬𝙤. As soon as the plane landed, the captain quickly grabbed the radio and requested that the refueling be done as quickly as possible. The captain turned to the hijackers and handed them the radio, begging them to say something. But guys, they refused to communicate with the local police. Almost 30 minutes went by and the plane was still not refueled. The pilot turned to the hijackers and could see them visibly getting upset from the delay. But their response was anything but normal. They turn around and storm out of the cockpit into the main cabin. They walk over to the passengers and aggressively pull 7 of them out of their seats. Then they drag these poor passengers to first class, shoving them into the seats and tying them up. 2 of the passengers were 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙀𝙀 and 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. Then, without any hesitation, the hijackers pulled out a knife. They brutally stabbed both of them in the chest. I mean, seriously, repeatedly stabbed them. 𝙂𝙀𝙀𝙀 slowly but painfully bled out in his seat as his blood sprayed everywhere, gasping for air as his lungs filled with blood. And in just a few minutes, he was pronounced dead. He was forced to leave behind his wife Rachana, who was actually on the plane with him. Just sick. The hijackers stormed back into the cockpit, declaring that they have just killed some passengers on board. In a panic, the pilot picked up the radio and made contact with air traffic control 4 times. Screaming that the hijackers had already started killing the passengers, he even threatened the lives of everyone on board. He was terrified but willing to try and save these innocent people. A refueling Bowser was finally dispatched, but it was initially parked to the side. As the plane moved, it was ordered to block the plane from being able to take off. Here's the thing, the hijackers knew that the refueling process would prevent them from taking off. So they turned to the captain and angrily pointed their revolver to the back of his head. They seriously demanded that he takes off immediately. Keep in mind, in first class, 5 passengers were still in their seats with their hands bound, hoping and praying that this whole situation would end soon. Just take a second to imagine how horrified they must be. The hijackers are threatening that they would execute these passengers in first class if the plane didn't take off right now. Again, trying to save the lives of the innocent passengers, the captain listens, despite receiving no clearance to take off.
I'm listening to her. And listen. Oh, alright. Cool. How's the song? Or what's the song you're listening to?
"1947 IST. Captain Charon is distraught. Did he save the lives of the passengers or did he just unknowingly kill everyone on board? He radios air traffic control. We are all dying. The plane was headed to Lahore. Now, if you remember from earlier, the Pakistani ATC had already denied IC-814 from landing in Lahore. But that didn't stop the captain from picking up his radio and hoping that this time it would be different, because a man on board had already died. And well, they were denied again. The plane flew over the Lahore airport and the hijackers looked outside the window, beginning to fill up with rage, as they saw the lights and navigational aids suddenly turn off, preventing them from landing safely. The fuel was running dangerously low. The captain instantly regretted not allowing the plane to refuel, realizing that now he might have to attempt a crash landing, potentially killing everyone on board, including himself. With fear in his eyes, he looks down at the highway near the airport, accepting the fact that the plane would crash multiple cars, most likely killing innocent drivers. The plane is about to make an emergency landing when suddenly, the Pakistani ATC turned on the lights and navigational aids, allowing the plane to finally land at the airport. 2001 IST. Indian Airlines Flight 814 lands in Lahore. And just as the plane lands, suddenly the runway lights went out and the hijackers realized that they have just been tricked. Why? Because without the lights, the pilot couldn't take off from the airstrip. As the hijackers rushed over to the windows to see what was happening, the Pakistani forces surrounded the goddamn plane. Yep, they were completely trapped. The hijackers started to panic, realizing that their plan had just become unraveled, which is when they finally agreed to release some women and children that were on board.
Because you know why? Because, oh my goodness, so... basically, punishment for plane hijacking, if it was a Pakistani local airplane, is execution. Either on a spot or sentenced.
But this time, the Pakistani authorities denied them permission to release anyone. The plane was then refueled and allowed to leave Lahore, 22:32 IST. Inside the
Goofers.
cockpit, the hijackers demanded that the captain fly to Kabul. However, there was one major issue. When the captain radioed to request permission to land in Kabul, he was informed that the Kabul airport lacked night landing facilities. He sets the radio down and turns to the hijackers and pleads to them that it's not his fault. As the plane flew more west, almost every Gulf country closed their airspace, preventing the plane from landing anywhere. The captain thought that this was it. He had no words. The passengers were crying while holding each other, terrified, not knowing what would happen next. IC-813, you were all clear to land at 𝙂𝙚 Air Base in Dubai. Over. December 25th, 1:32 IST. The plane has landed in Dubai. This time, the UAE authorities wasted no time and they demanded to speak with the hijackers. The demand was the release of 27 passengers in exchange for fuel. Like you would expect, the hijackers caved in because they just didn't have any fuel. The dead body of 𝙂𝙚 and injured passengers like 𝙂𝙚𝙧𝙚 were also released. Alright, even though the plane was now in Dubai, the Indian authorities wanted to attempt a rescue by Indian forces, but the UAE authorities refused permission. They didn't want to get into a dangerous situation. The UAE authorities then sent catering trucks to feed the passengers inside, and to also further delay the plane from taking off. But guess what? These hijackers didn't even care about feeding the passengers, and they decided to let them go even longer without goddamn food. These poor, innocent passengers haven't eaten in hours, all while being held hostage. So then the hijackers turned to the captain, pointed their gun behind his head, and demanded that he takes off. This time, the captain thought that he should crash the plane into a building on the runway so that the plane couldn't physically take off. Just as he was about to crash the plane, he remembers that the plane was filled with fuel and the whole plane could explode, literally disintegrating everyone on board and everyone around. 6:20 IST. The airplane takes off from Dubai. The hijackers decide it's time to head to their final destination, Kandahar, Afghanistan. Now, here's where things get even sketchier. Remember, this is 1999. Afghanistan is under the rule of the Taliban, and the international community isn't exactly on good terms with them. But for the hijackers, Kandahar is the perfect place to hunker down. With the Taliban in control, they're pretty much untouchable. When the plane lands in Kandahar on December 25th, the Taliban steps in, offering to mediate negotiations between the hijackers and the Indian government. Yeah, right, Taliban mediators, that's like asking a fox to guard the henhouse. But India doesn't have much of a choice. The plane is now in a hostile territory, and any military action could lead to a massacre. So over the next 5 days, the situation drags on. The Indian government is scrambling to find a solution, but the clock is ticking. And the hijackers are growing even more dangerous with every hour they have to wait. And of course, food, water, and other resources are running low. Let's just say the tension is rising. And well, the hijackers made it abundantly freaking clear. Either the Indian government meets their demands or more people will die. Back in India, the government is facing an impossible decision. The hijackers want 3 militants released from Indian prisons. And these weren't some small-time criminals. Like, this isn't some free my boy, he didn't do nothing wrong. No. These were dangerous men. Like, full-on terrorists. And their release could lead to even more terror attacks in the future. But on the other side, refusing to comply could mean the deaths of 149 innocent people. Their time was running low, the clocks were ticking. By December 31st, the Indian government was out of options. After nearly a week of negotiations going back and forth, they made the impossible decision to give in to the hijackers' demands. In a controversial move, they agreed to release 3 violent and notorious terrorists: Maulana Masood Azhar, Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, and Mushtaq Ahmed Zargar. These men are flown to Kandahar where the swap goes down. As the prisoners are released, the hijackers let the remaining hostages go. The passengers, some of whom are barely alive after days of captivity, are finally free. For nearly a week, they were held hostage as they watched each other suffer in terrible conditions. They were terrified, hardly ate any food or water, and didn't know if they would even survive this whole situation. And guys, the hijackers, on the other hand, slipped away and were never caught. So what exactly happened after the dust settled? Well, for one, those 3 released militants didn't exactly go on to lead quiet lives. Maulana Masood Azhar went on to found Jaish-e-Muhammad, which has been responsible for multiple terrorist attacks in India, including the 2001 Indian Parliament attack and the 2019 Pulwama attack, which killed 40 Indian soldiers. As for Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, he played a key role in the 2002 kidnapping and murder of American journalist Daniel Pearl. The decision to release these militants sparked a national debate. Has India done the right thing by negotiating with terrorists? Or had they set a dangerous precedent? Who's to say? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't want to make that call. Boxheads, in the comments, tell me what you would have done. Next, we have Aeroflot Flight 3739. This next hijacking is about a family who tries to escape from the Soviet Union, but their hijacking results in the deaths of 9 people. It's March 8th,
Jesus Christ.
Aeroflot Flight 3739 is sitting on the tarmac at Irkutsk Airport in Serbia. The plane is preparing for a short flight to Leningrad, which is now called St. Petersburg, Russia, by the way, for anyone that was curious. And honestly, this day was nothing special. I mean, it was just another typical day in the Soviet Union. It's supposed to be an easy flight for the 76 passengers and 8 crew members on board. I mean, this plane included families, flight crew, and unfortunately for them, a group of hijackers. Little did anyone know this routine flight was about to spiral into a disaster that would end in bloodshed and became one of the most infamous hijackings in Soviet Union history. However, it wasn't just about the hijacking or getting control of the plane. It was more about the desperation from the hijackers. They wanted to escape so badly and gain their freedom from the Iron Curtain Soviet Union, who had control over the lives of millions of people in the USSR. Let me explain that some more before we get into the hijacking details. It's important. We're in the late 1980s and the Soviet Union is going through what you might call a rough patch. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms are shaking things up in ways the country hasn't seen in decades. On paper, it sounds nice, opening the government, giving people more freedom, and allowing for some economic reforms. Because, you know, communism. But in reality, the USSR is a tightly controlled, authoritarian country where people don't exactly have the freedom to come and go as they please. You must get a written approval to take a dump kind of stuff. And so that's where the hijackers come in. Meet the Ovechkin family, with the most Russian names ever. Vasily, Dmitry, Igor, and Alexander, and 7 other siblings. They played music and they were actually in a band together. That will be important soon, I promise. And they were the kind of family that had no intention of just sitting back and watching their lives waste away under the Soviet rule. They wanted out so badly, but let's just say the Soviet Union didn't exactly make it easy for them to just pack up their bags and leave. So the Ovechkin brothers came up with the plan. Hijack a plane and use it to escape to the West. You know, the free people. And they weren't exactly doing this alone. They roped in their younger siblings and even their mother to be a part of the grand escape. Yeah, you heard me right. Mama Bear was on it too. Yeah, Mom, we know Mother's Day is coming up. We signed you up for an all-inclusive spa. Yes, the catch. It's not in the motherland. Grab a gun. It's March 8th and the mother along with 10 children of the Ovechkin family have boarded Aeroflot Flight 3739. The flight then takes off at 12:40 p.m. There are 76 passengers on board, so it's not completely full. The flight takeoff is fine, everything's going smooth sailing for the passengers, and nothing suspicious seems to be happening yet. Passengers sit in their seat, read a book or something, or whatever the hell you do in the 80s on a plane. The Ovechkin brothers start looking around the plane nervously, knowing that they were about to turn this peaceful flight into a whole-ass shit show. They were waiting for their moment, and for about an hour, they decided that it's almost time for action. They whisper amongst each other, and it probably went something like this. Bro, you ready, bro? Yes, bro. I'm ready. Let's do it, bro. Get it? Because they're brothers? Anyway, I need you to listen to this because it's pretty damn crazy. Once they were all ready, they grabbed one of their instrument cases and unzipped it. They pulled out a double bass, a musical instrument if you didn't know. And then the brothers grabbed sawed-off shotguns and explosive devices. Yep, from inside an instrument. The brothers hid weapons inside a double bass before boarding the flight. After all, the family was in a band together and they were kind of known locally. So the security at the airport let them through with the big-ass instrument case. The Ovechkins are now armed and dangerous, holding shotguns and grenades. The passengers start to notice those weapons and, well, panic ensues. The Ovechkins quickly get up from their seats and rush to the front of the plane. They barge in, aiming their weapons at the flight attendants. One of the Ovechkins then hands a note to a nervous flight attendant. Let me tell you what the note is. Proceed to London, do not descend. Otherwise, we will blow up the plane. You are under our control. The flight attendant nervously holds the note, shaking and scared for their life. In a panic, they sprint to the cockpit and warn the pilots of the danger everyone is in. Alright, so the hijackers' goal is to divert the plane to a Western country. Specifically, they want to land in London or Sweden, anywhere that was far, far away from the Soviet Union. The flight crew was caught off guard but tries to keep calm, knowing full well that the Soviet policy doesn't allow for much wiggle room when dealing with hijackers. I believe their policy is get good. But with the Ovechkins armed and dangerous, the situation in the cockpit is quickly spiraling out of control. The Ovechkins are aiming their shotguns at the flight crew, making their demands known. They are desperate to leave the USSR and will do anything to get somewhere else, like hijacking a goddamn plane filled with innocent people. The hijackers believe if they can get the plane over the border, they'll be home free, embraced by the West.
Unfortunately, the West has their own laws. Basically, they would be charged with terrorism, despite being from Russia,
As
and
political
hijacking.
But here's where things start to go sideways. The Soviet authorities, now fully aware of the hijacking, aren't about to just let this plane full of citizens land in a Western country, no matter what the hijackers want. The pilots keep flying west, but soon they see that Soviet fighter planes are following them in the sky, with an order to shoot the plane down if it crossed international territory. Yeah, these guys are literally insane. They would do anything to stop their citizens from escaping. At this point, the plane is headed towards Finland, or at least the hijackers think so. In reality, the pilots are flying to a Soviet airbase, 𝙂𝙚, in an attempt to avoid international conflict. However, planes need this little nifty thing called fuel, and it was running out. With their low fuel levels, they're not going to make it to Finland. But the Ovechkins don't want to give up. With the guns pointed to the pilots' heads, they continue to threaten the crew, insisting they head west. More like desperately begging. However, it becomes clear that time is running out for the Ovechkins. Here's the thing about the Soviet Union in the 80s. They didn't exactly negotiate with terrorists or hijackers.
Yeah.
Or anyone for that matter. As the plane gets closer to Leningrad, the Soviet military is already putting together a plan to storm the aircraft the moment it lands. At this point, the passengers are on edge, aware that they're caught in the middle of a deadly situation. And the Ovechkins, they're getting more frantic, knowing that their plan is quickly falling apart like a Jenga tower. As the plane descends, the Soviet special forces are on the ground and are visible outside of the plane windows. They're waiting for the plane to land. I'm sure the passengers inside the aircraft were ecstatic to see that this whole situation would be put to rest. But the hijackers, yeah, not so much. The plane gets lower, lower, and lower. And they finally touch down in Leningrad. The plane lands in Pulkovo Airport, where the KGB, which ladies and boxheads is kind of the Soviet Union's version of the CIA, has mobilized elite troops to handle the situation. These aren't your average security guards. They're highly trained soldiers ready to storm the plane and end the hijacking by any means necessary. The Ovechkins start to panic as they realize they are completely trapped in the plane. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide from the KGB. With no other options, they give an ultimatum. If the plane isn't refueled and allowed to take off again, they'll start killing the hostages. But the Soviet authorities aren't budging. In fact, they cut off all communications with the hijackers, basically playing a game of chicken with them. The Ovechkins are in and over their heads, and they know it. At 9:45 p.m., after hours of waiting, the Soviet Special Forces storm the aircraft. What happens next is just pure chaos. As the troops board the plane, the shooting starts. The Soviet military exchanges fire with the Ovechkins and their shotguns. Realizing the end is near, the Ovechkins continue firing and try to detonate their homemade grenades. The frantic passengers are caught in the crossfire. They scramble around the plane to protect themselves from the gunfire and the sudden explosions. Those poor people were definitely in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's a bloody, terrifying scene. Between gunshots and an explosion, bodies of the innocent hostages are dropping to the ground, injured and bloody or choking on the thick smoke. Minutes pass and the brutal shootout finally comes to an end. The dust from the explosion clears and it finally seems safe for the Soviets to move in. To their horror, they spot 4 innocent passengers lifeless on the ground, covered in blood and horrifying wounds, including 2 children. As for the hijackers, well, 5 of the hijacking Ovechkins had died in the shootout, while the others survived. Most had to kill themselves during the exchange of gunfire, not wanting to face the consequences of their actions. But ladies and boxheads, Olga and Igor Ovechkin had survived. These 2 remaining hijackers were tried and sentenced to 6 and 8 years in prison. Alright, here's where things are a little bit, weird. After she got out, Olga was then beaten to death by her boyfriend. Man, this whole thing is just a brutal end to a desperate attempt at freedom. But if you want to hear about more plane hijackings potentially worse than these, click this video.
Oh, we're heading back to Lego Indiana Jones. And then play that for an hour, then going to Minecraft. Alright. Alright, let me exit out of here real quick. On second thought, I could play Indiana Jones for an hour. And then Minecraft and then art for 2 hours. Or do art now and then fuck, what do I do? No, fuck it, Indiana Jones. Oh, pardon me. Anywho. Alright, and real quick. Yep. No. I could figure out it set like that. Alright. All I need to do now, since I still have the game open, is just change the actual category enemy. Alright. There we go. Alright. Start. Hold on, is Lego Indiana Jones 1 like the second half of Lego Indiana Jones 1 part of this? Alright, here we go. Now I'm starting to think is that the Lego and the second half of Lego Indiana Jones 1 is reused. This work. There you go. Boom. Right. Mm. Okay, where else do we need to go? Okay, where do we need to go? Ah. Okay, I just... Alright. Are we playing the second half of these levels? From the original one? Okay. Okay. Alright. Perfect timing. Right, there we go. Alright, oh. Well. Well. There we go. Mass Bandit. Alright. do this and Alright, not there. Several ones. Hmm. Ew. I guess we can do some puzzles to proceed to the next. One. I thought I could chase it. Oh, there it is. Okay, and I'm supposed to do. what are we supposed to do now? Fuck, what? Okay, what are we supposed to do? Okay, alright, there we go. Let's put it somewhere. Right. Right. Where are you supposed to put it? Sometimes this is a little too big. I suppose I supposed to know that I need to do that. Oh. Hmm. Yes, that'll be the second half of the first game, but just remastered here, or remade. quick. Let's see. Hi, Shazbot. Shazbot? Fuck? Alright. Fuck. Okay. How am I supposed to do this? Fuck. Alright. Oh, fuck. Okay. Mm. I need to somehow get a car. Got it. Alright. 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 Mm. Mm-hmm. Hoopers. Lol. Get your punk on. This is funny. Oh no. Even though we're running for our lives, we still have time to fight you. Alright. Okay. Come on. Yeah, it is space. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Seriously? Oh my god. So old. So it's not even a full game. Indiana Jones 2 is not even a full game. It's just the second half of. This is. What episodes are we going through? Yeah, it is the second half of the first game combined with combined with the sequel series. I don't understand. Anywho. Okay, so for what I want to do. Alright, so what I want to do is art practice and programming. Art practice and programming practice. So I said, let me get art set up real quick and look it going. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let me get art set up real quick. And we'll be going, alright? Matane!
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint
Pardon. Who first? Who first? Jesus Christ. Because oh boy. Because the Soviets would immediately try to execute all the entire Japanese population via nukes, and that's why they folded. At least from my perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a universe that they did not fold, and they ended up costing the entire Japanese population. There's probably a universe where that happened. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Move on to the next video. Good thing I don't use WhatsApp. Yep. Yep. Mm. Wait a minute. Oh, fuck. I messed up. I messed up. Hold on. Hold on. I kind of went to autopilot. Ah, neck crack. No. OOCD. D 1cc. All right. Yeah, have a chat. We're going to use it as content. Peace. It's definitely peaceful. Definitely more peaceful now. And cover this up a bit. All right. All right, there we go. Turquoise. All right. And go into the next video. All right. Mhm. Wow. What the fuck? Yeah. I'm gonna put up a different video. See here. Now, pop. Okay. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Let's get that. Hold on, I just realized something. Doki Doki Panic and Doki Doki Literature Club. Lawsuit, 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 lawsuit. Yeah, I'm that kind of evil. Anyway, I need to make sure. Where the fuck is my stream chat at? Hold on. Hold on real quick. Okay. And now I can bring this back to my main monitor. Mother. Ah, fucking hell. I hate trying to miss the... I don't know what's going on with the, there's something wrong with specifically the connection port for my R tablet. Either I checked the GPU, it's fine. I checked the port, it's fine. I checked the port for that's supposed to connect to my tablet to power, that's fine. So whatever's going with Windows and how they're handling multiple monitors, the drivers are fucked. Their drivers are absolutely fucked. I get it that actually been trying to fix it, and I tried to fix it. It's still happening. It's still happening. What's going on with the... Yeah, everything is tiny as shit. All right, 150%. Figure the fuck out. So I don't know what's going on. What's going on with the graphics on my second monitor now? I started when I try to fix one thing, it messes up on the... Oh yeah, I can't look at my second monitor. Oh fucking god, it's painful. What's going on with the second monitor now? What the fuck is going on? It's like awful retro graphics is on here. I can't look at it. It's like CRT graphics is on. And oh fucking hell. Oh fucking god, it's horrible. Is this I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Alright, let's try to deal with it. Okay. Alright. Everyone quote him. I think I'm starting to realize. Okay, that didn't fix anything, but to me, it probably works. Sneeze. Alright. Female Yoshi. Alright. Lol. Alright. Okay. Bucket. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Get fucked, nerd. Alright. Mm-hmm. Do we change the eye color or do we just leave it the same? Oh yeah, now I remember. How do I add a whip at this point? The whip, the Hold on. I have jiggle physics. A little bit, but yeah. Alright. Uh-huh. Stop Doki Doki panicking. Pick me up. Yeah. Oh no. Clip it. All right. Yeah. Oh, they have yet to find out. Yeah. That's fair. I realize the zippers on it. There could be units where shoes have zippers like that. There could be. I'll make sure to correct it in the next next one. Can I image? Oh, that's so much better. That image is so much better. Okay, that image, so it's with the actual monitor. That image is so much better now. Yeah. Alright. He's a bitch. He's a bitch. There we go. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Lol. Oh shit, hold on. I never unmuted the fucking desktop audio. Oh shit. Sorry about that. I didn't notice that the desktop audio was not unmuted. Fuck me. Not like that, but fuck me. Even though I want to, just not like that. Still fuck me.
I didn't know you had to hold jump while you were doing that to continue to go faster.
Nice. Okay. And you also have to sprint to get up there.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Alright, okay.
See?
I want to do some shadows.
Got him,
it's
boy.
hard.
Alright.
You gotta time it, right?
I gotta think about it.
Once you see it flashing, then I think you throw it.
Fuck! I didn't know how far it was gonna go, if I needed to back up or not.
Well, now you know. Just throw it up the ladder. Well, I don't know. I think this is your last life.
Yeah, I want to try the Birdo fight and see if I can get there. Later, nerds. Yeah, give me that. Give me these coins. These coins. Fuck. Oh, I'm frozen. Okay.
Alright.
Life.
check them all.
I'll get it out here, and the next art stream we do, we're gonna do some shadows.
Come on, gotta check them all. Oh god.
So I'm gonna end up the art streaming segment here. We're gonna do shadows on the next time we do art. And once again, programming. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna do some programming practice and up our programming skills. Okay. Man, I really do need to search for a course that's more interactive than just copying to being taught, putting down some notes, and then because my memory is shit. And I need an interactive course that for better problem solving, to better build problem solving skills. Anywho, I'm gonna set up the programming segment real quick, and we'll get going. All right, matinee.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You
Alright, we're back. Where the fuck is my VS Codium? Properties. Not BC. Motherfucker, not BC base. There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, here we go. Hold on. There we go.
In these loops, that we look a little more closely at these lists. It turns out that in Python and really in programs in general, it's useful to have a list of values because we're going to be able to work with more and more data, larger and larger data sets. So let me propose that we come back to VS Code here, and let's do something that's perhaps a little familiar to some.
Okay. I'm gonna delete this in particular because I failed this one. Alright.
Folks, the world of Hogwarts. And let me go ahead and code up a file called Hogwarts, and let's see if we can't have a list of students at Hogwarts here. So I have a new tab called Hogwarts.py, and let me go ahead and propose that I just define in this program a list of students whose names I know in advance. So I'm not going to get user input for now. I'm just going to know from the get-go that the 3 students I want to consider are these. A variable is going to be called students. It's going to equal, as I've done in the past, a square bracket, which means, hey, here comes a list. And those values are going to be Hermione in quotes because it's a string, Harry in quotes because it's a string, and then Ron.
Alright. Students equal square brackets for Hermione. Oh wait. Rename. I said rename, got motherfucker. Dot. Harry. And then Ron. There you go.
In quotes because it's a string as well. So this is a list of length 3. It's similar in spirit to my list of length 3 earlier.
Oh, fuck.
0, 1, 2. Now I have a list of 3.
Here we go. Alright.
Strings instead. And this isn't very useful at the moment, but let me just do something as a check for myself. Let me print out each of these students. Well, wait a minute. How do I print the contents of a list? Well, in the past, when we've printed a variable, we've just printed out the name of the variable. But I don't want to print out all of Hermione and Harry and Ron all at once. Maybe I want to print out Hermione first, then Harry, then Ron. So I need a way to express more precisely which value do I want from this list. And the way you do this in Python is you use square brackets in another way. If you have a variable, in this case called students, and you want to go inside of that variable and get a specific value, that is to say you want to index into the list, you use square brackets this way using numbers inside of the square brackets. And here's where we see that it is useful to think and count in terms of 0 on up instead of 1 on up. These lists in Python are, shall we say, 0 indexed. The first item in a list is at location 0. The second item in a Python list is at location 1.
Okay, do print students, and then square brackets 0.
And the third is at location 2. So you're always kind of off by 1 mentally, but you get used to it. If you've never programmed before,
Then leave myself a note here. List meaning you will list. And another one. Index in Python always start at 0. Okay, there we go.
over time. So let me print out all 3 students. So let me print out students bracket 0, then students bracket 1. Then lastly, let me print students bracket 2, and this is my third and final line. And of course, if I run this code, it probably does what you would guess. If I run Python of 𝙂𝙚, there's Hermione, Harry, and Rob, each on their own lines there. But there's got to be a better way, right? Especially if I don't know in advance who's going to be in this list. If next year there's some new students at Hogwarts, we can use a loop to do something automatically without having to manually type out 0 and then 1 and 2. Well, here's another feature of Python. You can use a for loop, not just to count from 0 to 1 to 2. You can use Python to just iterate over anything, not just numbers, but strings. So I could actually do this. For student in students, colon, and then indented underneath that, I can say print student. Now,
Print student.
no, it doesn't matter if I have 3 students or 4 or 400. This 2 lines of code, this loop, will print all of those students for me one at a time. So if I now run Python of 𝙂𝙗, there's the same list, but I don't need to know in advance how long that actual list is. Now notice I made a conscious decision here. I didn't call this variable underscore, because this time I'm using the variable. And while I could do this, now, no. Your code is getting way too cryptic if you're naming the variable underscore and you're using the variable underscore. Now you're helping no one. Now you're confusing the reader yourself down the line. You should call your variables what they are. So a very appropriate name, though I'm sure you could come up with others, would be student. And here you would say student as well. If you'd prefer to be more succinct, it's not unreasonable to do something succinct in a loop like this. For S in students, using maybe the same letter that the list itself begins with. But again, why bother? Python is meant to be more readable. If you have a list of students, iterate over them one student at a time. Let me pause here to see if there's now questions about.
Rename to 7 dash. 1-1 Harari. Let me just redo this. Ryan. Rainy. What the fuck? Oh. No wonder why. Alright. Alright. I gotta make sure to remember to not capitalize anything.
Lists, as I've now define them, a list of strings in this case, or using a for loop now to iterate over and print each of those names.
Yeah, so is it not necessary to initiate student in this case, or we can just declare a variable in the loop?
Good question. You do not need to manually initialize it. Python takes care of initializing the student variable to Hermione first, then Harry second, then Ron third. Unlike other languages, you don't need to initialize it to something yourself. It just exists and it will work. Other questions on loops and lists in this way?
Since you described break, so is there any concept of continue so that we can skip a particular case in loops?
Yes, you can continue using another syntax as well. We haven't shown that. For now, we focus only on break.
Okay, sure. Can this for loop work with either hash tables or different kind of hash tables or arrays?
Indeed. So we're getting ahead of ourselves there, but there are yet other types of data in Python. And indeed, you can use a for loop to iterate over those as well. Anything that is iterable, so to speak, is a piece of data that can be used with a loop like this. But more on those soon. In fact, let me transition here to show just another way of solving this same problem, because up until now when we've used loops, we really have relied on numbers, and that's fine if you prefer to sort of stay in that space. Suppose I did want to iterate using numbers like I and 0, 1, 2, and so forth. Let me propose that we could change this code as follows. If you would prefer to think about, or if the program
if list out. B.
Program you're trying to implement requires that you use numbers like this, you might do this. For I in, well, I don't want to just say students, because then I is not going to be a number. I is going to be literally Hermione, then Harry, then Rob. I need to iterate from 0 to 1 to 2, right? If I know a list with 3 elements, has these locations, 0, 1, 2, I need to create a loop somehow that starts at 0 and ends at 2. Previously, when I wanted to do that, I needed range, but this 2 is not going to work. I can't just say in the range of students, because students is not a number. It's not an integer, so you can't pass it to range. Range expects an integer. But there is a solution here. It turns out that there is a function in Python called length, or len, L-E-N, that will tell you the length of a list.
Rename. Length.
And other things down the line too. And now I think I can assemble these building blocks in a way that can allow me to use numbers in this way. So range doesn't take a list of strings, it takes a number. And ideally that number is going to be 3, so I get a range of values, 0, 1, and 2. So I think I can nest my functions like this. If I first get the length of the students list, that's going to be 3. Then I pass that return.
Okay. For I range when student
value as the argument to range, that's going to give me back a range of value, 0, then 1, then 2. And what that's going to allow me to do then in code if I want is not just this. I could do print now students bracket I. And this is now where the syntax we're
okay.
seeing is getting very expressive, new, and perhaps unfamiliar. But if I can do open bracket 0, close bracket, or open bracket 1, close bracket, or open bracket 2, close bracket, turns out I can actually put a variable in there, and I can express any number inside of those brackets so as to print these all out dynamically in a loop. Let me do this. Python of Hogwarts.py, enter. There's Hermione, Harry, and Ron. And now if I'm just curious, if I just want to poke around, or maybe I want to do a ranking, like who are the top 3 students in the school or in Gryffindor, well, I can print multiple things at a time we've seen. Let me print out not just the students at location I, but rather let's print I first, and then the student at location I. So 2 things to print, and we know that print can take 2 arguments. We've seen that before. They'll be separated by a space. Let me go ahead and rerun this. Now I see that, okay, Hermione is the top.
Clear. Have oh, oops. All right, there we go.
Student, but she's in 0th place. That's a little weird. Like, we don't need to show the human using my program that we started counting at 0. I can clean this up. I can just add 1 to the I up here, and now we see sort of a
There you go.
top 3 list of students. Hermione's number 1, Harry's number 2, and of course Ron is number 3. So we can get access to all of those same values as well. Are any questions now on these lists? Questions now on these lists? This length, these ranges, or otherwise?
My question is for I in range.
Hold on, chat. Just give me a minute and allow me to just grab a snack real quick. Alright? I will be right back, alright? I'll be right back. Anthony.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
I'm back with the snack. The snack pack that smiles back. Cannibalism.
Can you explain this once more?
Sure.
Still looks cryptic.
So let me rewind in time. We started off doing this for I in 0, 1, 2, and then we printed out meow 3 times in that way. The way that the for loop works is that it creates for you a variable that I've called I, but I could call it anything I want. It then assigns I initially to the first thing in the list. It then automatically assigns I to the next thing in the list. And then it assigns I to the third thing in the list. And each time, it does all of the indented code underneath. We realize, though, that this is not going to scale well if I want to do something like 1,000,000 times. So we introduced range instead. That has the effect of doing the same thing. It returns to me a range of values, a list of 3 things, really. So the behavior is exactly the same. If we now fast forward to this Hogwarts example now, though, what I'm doing is just combining these smaller ideas. I'm still creating a for loop. I'm still creating a variable called I. I want to do it over a range of values, but how many values? Well, if I use the length function and pass to the length function the list of values, length's purpose in life is to tell me how long is this list, and it's 3. So that's almost as though before I had just done something like this, but I don't want to hard code 3. I want to dynamically figure out how many students are at Hogwarts. So I'm just composing, or nesting all of these various ideas. All right, if I may, let me transition now to Hogwarts still to introduce one final type of data before we combine everything with a few final programs. It turns out in Python, there's not just strings, not just ints.
Dictionary, not actual dicks. Here's a dicks you ordered. That's a ASDF movie reference.
Not just floating point values, not just bools, not just lists. There are also what are called dictionaries, or dicts, which are a data structure that allows you to associate one value with another. Literally a dictionary, like in the human world, if you were to open a dictionary, be it in English or any other human language, what's inside of a dictionary? Well, it's a bunch of words and definitions. A computer scientist, though, and a programmer would describe those more generically as keys and values. Something associated with something else. That's all a dictionary is. It allows you to associate something with something else. And notice this is already more powerful, more interesting than a list. A list is just a set of multiple values. But a dictionary is sort of two-dimensional, if you will, just like a human dictionary, a book. It associates something with something else, like words with their definitions. Now, what does this actually mean in practice? Well, suppose that we wanted to keep track of who is in what house at Hogwarts. Well, I could do it using lists alone. Let me go back to VS Code here, and let me just temporarily, but in a way that I'm not going to like ultimately, let me create another variable called housing.
All right, Control C. Control V.
Set it equal to Gryffindor, corresponding to Hermione's house, Gryffindor, corresponding to Harry's house, and Gryffindor, corresponding to Ron.
Equals. And then Gryffindor. Door. And there we go.
House, and let's add Draco in there, so we now have 4 instead of.
Draco.
3 students, just so we have a little variety, and he was in Slytherin.
The Slytherin.
So now we have 2 lists. And we could just agree amongst ourselves that whoever is first in the students variable lives in the first value in houses. Whoever is second in students
He's gonna try to list
lives in
all
the
of it.
second house. Who's ever third in students lives in the third house. We could do that. But honestly, that is going to break down quickly when we have a lot of students, when we have a lot of houses. And what if we want to keep track of more things than that? What if we want to keep track of every student's house and the Patronus, this image that they conjure up magically? Well, then we need a third list. Like, this is just going to get messy quickly if we're just on the honor system using multiple lists where everything lines up logically. It doesn't end up well when your code gets more complicated. But I do want to implement this idea. I want to associate something with something. A student with a house, a student with a house, a student with a house, and so forth. So how can I go about doing this? Well, let me go back to my code here, and let me propose that we do this using a Python dictionary. And this is the last of the new syntax, really, that we'll see. Here's the new syntax. Instead of using square brackets, we're going to use curly braces for dictionaries as well. We've seen curly braces in the context of F strings, completely unrelated. Sometimes you run out of keys on the keyboard and the authors of a language need to start reusing symbols in different ways. That's what's about to happen. We're using curly braces in a different way now. So let me create a variable called students, and let me go ahead and set it equal to open curly brace and close curly brace. This is an empty dictionary at the moment. And here's how a dictionary works. It allows you to associate something with something else. And you do that like this. Hermione, quote unquote, colon, and then the value thereof. What do you want to associate with Hermione? Well, Gryffindor. What do I want to associate Harry with? Well, I want to associate him with Gryffindor. What do I want to associate Ron with? Well, I want to associate him with Gryffindor. Well, this is actually not gonna, this is gonna get very ugly quickly. Once we add in Draco and Slytherin, my code is gonna get too long. It's gonna start wrapping. So this is purely aesthetic. It is perfectly acceptable in Python and other languages to format your code a little more readily and just add new lines if it makes it more readable. And one way of doing this might be as follows. I still have my curly brace up here. I still have my curly brace.
Okay, curly brace. Get curly brace. Brace. And tab. Right. Colon. Colon. Rectangular. Oh, no. What did I, oh my fucking god. Harry. Griffin. And then Ron. Alright, there we go.
Down here, but notice it's a little more readable now in that I have my keys on the left, my somethings, and my values on the right, my other somethings. It's just a little easier to skim top to bottom. You could format it differently as well. But I'm going to go ahead and add in now Draco, who lives, of course, in Slytherin.
Draco. Alright.
So now I have each of these keys on the left and values on the right, which is really, again, just a code implementation of this idea, a little chart that you might write up with paper pencil when associating something with something else. So how do I now use this code in an interesting way? The syntax is almost the same. If I want to print out the very first student, Hermione's house, I could do this. Print out the name of the variable, but I need to go inside of the variable. I need to index into it.
Print.
And what's neat about dictionaries is that whereas lists have locations that are numeric, 0, 1, 2, Hermione, Harry, Ron, respectively, dictionaries allow you to use actual words as your indices, so to speak, indexes, to get inside of them. So if you want to print out Hermione's house, the key you care about is quote-unquote Hermione, and what this syntax here will do, notice it's not a number 0.
Ooh, okay. Hermione. There you go.
Or 1 or 2. It's literally Hermione's name. This is like going to the chart earlier and saying, all right, give me Hermione is my key, Gryffindor is the value. That's what we're doing here syntactically. We're looking up Hermione and getting the value thereof. So if I go back to my code, that should print out Gryffindor. And if I do this a few times, students bracket, quote unquote, Harry should give me Harry's.
me do this. Me.
House. Print students, open bracket, Ron. That should give me Ron's house. And then lastly, if I do this with students, bracket, Draco, that should give me Draco's house. Now, it's a little manual still. I bet we can improve this, but let me run Python on 𝙂𝙗, and we should see Gryffindor, 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 Slytherin, which is exactly what we'd expect.
What the fuck? Invalid synth. Oh, and comparing the code here. Oh shit, yeah. I just realized. Oopsie.
Now, all we've done again is we've just now moved from having just a simple list of names to, again, sort of two dimensions, associating, like we would on paper pencil, something with something else, keys with values respectively. Allow me, if you will, even though I realize this is getting a little fancy, allow me to escalate things slightly here and transition from looking at just, for instance, that pattern there, just hard coding those values there, to actually printing these out more dynamically. Let me go ahead and use our loop. And this question came up earlier as well. Let me go ahead and say for each student in students, go ahead and print out, for instance, the student's variable at, well, let's just say student first. Let's keep it simple. So this is not going to be that interesting yet, but when I run Python of 𝙂𝙗 and hit enter, notice, what should I see? Let me take a question here to see, what am I going to see when I hit enter now, when I'm doing for student in students?
Yeah, I think we will only see keys.
Perfect. So good intuition. It could have gone both ways. Could have been values, the houses. But when you use a for loop in Python to iterate over a dictionary, by design, it iterates over all of the keys. So we should see, I think, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco. Let me hit enter now. Enter. And indeed, you're exactly right. We see just the keys. But that's not really that useful if what I really care about is who lives where. Can I print out both? Well, I think I can. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me print out not just the student's name.
Print.
The key, but let me use the key, their name, to index into the dictionary. Right? If I know the word in the dictionary, let me look up its definition. If I know the student's name, let me look up their house. And the syntax for this, just like a list, is students, bracket, and just like in the past we used I, when I was a number, we can also, with a dictionary, use a string. So if the student's name is the key, then this syntax, students, open bracket, student, close bracket, will go to Hermione's location and get back her house.
I should leave myself a note, just in case. Dictionary. Indexing both the variable and the location.
Will go to Harry's location and get back his house and so forth. So if I do Python of Hogwarts.py enter, now I see Hermione Gryffindor, Harry Gryffindor, Ron Gryffindor, Draco Slytherin. Now it looks like I've given them all new last names, but I can clean that up. This is just a print thing. Let's go ahead and change our separator from the default space to maybe a space comma. And just using print features now, let me run the same program again, enter. Now I've just got some nice pretty commas in there.
Equals.
To make clear that Hermione's last name is not in fact Gryffindor, but that's just a
Yep. For student and students, print student. Oh, okay. There we go. Hermione Gryffindor, Harry Gryffindor, Ron Gryffindor, Draco Slytherin. There we go.
the print detail. Any questions then on these dictionaries and what I've just done? Questions on these dictionaries and this looping over them here.
I just can't get my head around the for student in students. Does if I'm just correct me if I'm right. Does that mean it imports the list of students and uses the indexes, or in other words, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, as the indexes in the actual the list of students?
Correct. So this is just a feature of Python. When you use a for loop with a dictionary, what happens is this. If this is the dictionary here with the keys on top and the values on bottom, you get to choose what the variable is called. I called my variable student just because it makes sense, because I want one student at a time. And what the for loop does, just like it did with numbers before, the 0, the 1, and the 2, it allows me to, for instance, set student equal initially to Hermione's name. And then the next iteration of the loop, the next cycle, sets student equal to Harry's name, then Ron, then Draco. It just kind of happens automatically. Like that is what the Python interpreter does for you when it sees a for loop like that. So it's very similar in spirit to iterating with a for loop over a list, but rather than iterate over the numeric location 0, 1, 2, it iterates over the bold-faced keys in this representation here graphically. And allow me to give us one other example on Hogwarts before we look at one other familiar domain. At the risk of things escalating a little bit, let me propose that we continue the story with one final Hogwarts example like this. What if we have more information about each of our students? And this is kind of inevitable, right? If you're implementing a program that's a database with people or customers or employees or anything else, you can imagine having a lot of data about anything you're representing in your program here. For the sake of discussion, suppose that every student at Hogwarts, of course, has a name. They have already a house, but they also have a Patronus. For those unfamiliar, this is the animal or entity that comes out of the end of their wand when they make a certain magical spell. The point here being is that we want to associate not just one thing with the student, but multiple things as well. Their name, their house, and their Patronus in this case. Well, what might code like this look like? Well, let me go back to 𝙂𝙗, and let me start fresh for just a moment, and let me propose that I enhance this with a bit more data. And this data is going to look as follows. My students variable now
rename, not rename that one. New file. And alright. Rename.
now, I'm going to propose we think of it as a list. What if we have a list of dictionaries as follows? Indeed, I want to literally implement this picture here. So notice that my previous picture just represented a single dictionary. But suppose I wanted to compose a list of dictionaries. That is, 4 students, so a list of 4 students. Suppose that each of those students is itself a dictionary, a collection of key-value pairs, keys and values, something and something else. Well, here's one other way we can do this in code. Let me go back to VS Code here, and let me define a variable called students that is equal to a list. And I'm going to preemptively move my cursor onto separate lines because I know this is going to be long, and I want to fit all of the elements of this list inside of it. I'm now going to create a dictionary, one dictionary per student. And how do I create a dictionary? I just use those curly braces. But it's up to me to define what those keys are. And let me propose that one key this time won't be the student's name explicitly. It will literally be the word name, and they're going to have the name Hermione. This same student is going to have another key called house, and the value is going to be Gryffindor. And the same student is going to have a third key called Patronus, and the value of that is going to be, I had to look it up, in
Hermione, colon, Hermione, key, house, with, and door, Gryffindor. Alright. What is this? It's gonna be Otter. There you go. Whew.
Otter, according to the book. Now I'm going to create a second dictionary inside of this list. And again, a dictionary is like literally like the human dictionary of words. It's a book that contains keys and values, words and definitions. What are the 3 words I'm storing in each of my dictionaries? Name, house, and Patronus. What are the definitions of those words for Hermione, Gryffindor, and Otter, respectively? For Harry, the definitions are going to be different in this new dictionary. Let me give myself another pair of curly braces and say this. Name, quote unquote.
A little bit of cheating here and a little bit of cheating there. Harry, Gryffindor,
colon Harry. House here is again going to be Gryffindor. And this one I knew, his Patronus is going to be, in this case, a stag.
Stig. I wish it was the Stig. Sorry. And to me. Ron. House, Gryffindor. Patronus.
All right, next, a third dictionary. The name here will be Ron. And I'm going to go ahead and do that just like this. Next, I have the house, and he too was Gryffindor. Lastly, had to look this one up, Ron's Patronus was a Jack Russell Terrier.
What the fuck? Jack Russell. Jack Russell Terrier.
Lastly is Draco.
I keep forgetting. I did it. Draco. Slytherin.
In a fourth dictionary now, so another pair of curly braces. The name of this student is, of course, Draco.
Oh, fuck.
The house of this student is Slytherin.
There we go. Thank you.
And Draco, interestingly enough, at least according to the internet, has no Patronus.
Really, none? And he's not a wizard. Sorry.
Never revealed in the books or the movies. So it turns
That's
out
dumb.
Actually a wonderful teachable moment. There is a special keyword in Python that is literally none. N-O-N-E with the first letter capitalized. This represents officially the absence of a value. So I could a little sloppily do something like quote unquote, but does that mean I didn't get around to typing it or not? It's a little clear semantically to say literally none, a special keyword in Python to make clear that I know Draco has no Patronus. It's not just an oversight on my part. Now that I have this, what do I have in the computer's memory? I have a list. How do I know it's a list? Because I see a square bracket at the beginning and another square bracket at the end. That's just my visual clue. Okay, I don't know necessarily what else is going on here, but there's a list of something. What is in that list? Well, here too, the syntax is our clue. Because this line 2 starts with a curly brace and ends with a curly brace, I just know that is a dictionary, a collection of key value pairs. Now, this all fit on my screen perfectly, so I didn't bother moving all of the key value pairs onto new lines. It would have made it really tall, so I kept it all together here this time. But how many keys does this first dictionary have? Put another way, in Hermione's physical dictionary, how many words are in that dictionary? 3. The words are name, house, and Patronus. What are the 3 definitions or values of those words in Hermione's dictionary? Hermione, Gryffindor, and Otter, respectively. And the same story goes for Harry, then for Ron, then for Draco.
There's gotta be a better way of doing this.
Design chosen to give them dictionaries that have all the same keys, all the same names, but they all have unique values. And that's my design. That's my prerogative as a programmer. So why is this useful at the end of the day? Now I have access to a whole collection of interesting data about all of these students. And I can still do a loop. I can say, for student and students, that's going to allow me to iterate over this list of students. And let me go ahead and print out just one thing at a time. Let me print out the current student's name. So as complicated as the dictionary is, this should be pretty comfortable.
Print. Student.
For student and students is just going to iterate over every student in the list. 1, 2, 3, 4 total. The next line is just going to print out the value of the name key. It's like opening a physical dictionary, looking up the word name, and giving us Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco respectively from each dictionary. So if I run this version of Hogwarts and hit enter, there, I get all 3 of their names. But what if I want more information than that? I want both their names and their houses. Well, just add to print's arguments, student, open bracket, house, close bracket. All right, let's go ahead and run this. Python of Hogwarts.py and hit enter. So I now see Hermione Gryffindor, Harry Gryffindor, and so forth. Well, we can aesthetically clean this up a little bit by adding a separator with print, like a comma and a space, just
equals.
so that when I run this again, I now see some commas separating these values. But recall that students have not just a name, not just a house, but also that Patronus. So if we want to print out that too, we now have the syntax via which to go into that same dictionary for each student and output their Patronus as well.
Student. Oh.
Well as their house and their name. So if I run this program one final time now,
Student. Huh? Print student name. Student name, student house, student Patronus. It's comparing the code. So mainly the issue here is student name, student house. Okay, fuck. Student name, student house, student bonus. Oh. Now I know I did it wrong. Student. I just have this. Yeah. Patronus, 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 Patronus. Oh, okay. Yep. There you go. Hermione, Gryffindor. Hermione, house name Hermione, house Gryffindor Otter, Harry Gryffindor Stag, Ron Gryffindor Jack Russell Terrier, Draco Slytherin Nun.
Now I see all of the data in this here dictionary. So this is a lot to absorb all at once, I'm sure. It's the last of our new data types. On top of lists, we have these dictionaries. But again, a dictionary at the end of the day is just a collection of values similar to these values here that allow you to associate keys with values. And the first version of this program associated literally the students' names with their houses. But then I realized in my next version, wait a minute, what if every student has not just a name and a house, but a patronus? Let's actually standardize the names of our keys to be name, house, and patronus, and then the values of those keys can actually be the data, like Hermione, Gryffindor, Otter.
Ooh, that's actually smart.
Questions now on these dictionaries and iteration thereof.
I just was wondering if suppose the dictionary is very huge, and if I want to look up for a specific student, so how do I know where to look that student from? Like, can we sort it out in alphabetical order or numeric order or anything like that?
In short answer, yes. One of the features of Python is that it makes these dictionaries very highly performant for you. That is, even if they're very large, as they will be in future weeks when we manipulate more data, Python will find the data you care about quickly for you. And in fact, that is a feature of the language, that is a feature of a dictionary to get you the data quickly. And there are functions that you can use. You can sort the data, you can sift through it, you can do very performant operations, as we eventually will.
Ooh.
Allow me then to propose, as we wrap up these loops, that we solve just a few final problems that will perhaps evoke fond memories of yesteryear, at least for me, wherein one of my favorite games growing up was this one here on the original Nintendo. And this is a two-dimensional world where the characters move up, down, and right, not so much to the left, in jumping over pyramids and obstructions like these. And allow me to propose that we use this just for inspiration, not to do something that's quite as colorful or graphical as this, but just to focus on, for instance, this barrier in the middle of the world here that Mario or Luigi had to jump over. And so this here seems to be like 3 bricks stacked on top of one another. And we won't do things quite graphically, but let's just implement a very simple Python-based version of this textually using maybe just hashes for bricks. Because there's a pattern here, one on top of the other, and I bet we can solve this in any number of ways. Well, let me switch back over to VS Code here, and let me propose that we create a program called Mario.py using code in the terminal window. And then up here, let me start by implementing that same picture as simply as I can, printing out just literally the hash, and then the hash, and then a third final.
Living dash ASCII.
Final hash. This is going to be a very textual approximation of it, but I think if I run Python Mario.py, I've got a very simple version of that same column of bricks, so to speak. But you can imagine that certainly in a game where maybe the columns get higher or lower, it would be nice to write code that's actually a little more dynamic than that and doesn't just use print, 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 which is literally copy and paste, it would seem. So let me at least adopt some of today's lessons learned and instead do something like this. For underscore in range of 3, let's now print out just one of these at a time.
Underscore in range 3. Print.
But the fact that I've now used a 3 to range means if I want to change it to something bigger or smaller, I change it in one place.
Clear. Python tab. Nice.
Place, not in 3 or more places. And this code 2, of course, if I got it right, is just going to print out the exact same thing. So we're iterating here. But let's see if we can't now integrate our discussion of writing functions of our own to begin writing something a little more dynamic and solving more complicated problems ultimately. One of the nice things about functions is that they allow us to not just write code that we can use and reuse, they allow us to create abstractions, if you will. An abstraction is a simplification of a potentially more complicated idea. And we've seen this a few times over the course of the weeks. For instance, we had a function called hello, which granted didn't do all that much. It just printed hello, but it allowed me to think about the function as exactly what it does. Not generically printing something, but literally saying hello. I've been able to get a number using something similar by defining my own function like getNumber. Well, let me go ahead and, for instance, assume for the moment that I've had the forethought to, in my function main, use a function called printColumn. That seems as good a name as any to
main underscore column 3.
use a function that prints a column of bricks. Well, how can I go about now implementing this abstraction, this simple idea, print column, with actual code? Well, we've seen before with def, we can do just that. Let me define a function called print column. Let me accept as its input, generically speaking, a parameter called height.
Print underscore column height.
height. I could call it N or H, but I'll be a little more explicit now with height, just so I remind myself what it's doing. And now I think I can just borrow some of that same code from before. For underscore in range of height, go ahead and print out a single hash. And then at the end of
range height print
this whole program, let's just call main. So I've kind of complicated the code. It doesn't do anything more just yet, but it's setting me up for solving what I think are going to be more sophisticated problems. If I run Python of Mario.py, we're back where we began. But I now have a function, an
def main print call underscore column 3 def print underscore column height 4 underscore range in range height print
abstraction print column.
oh huh. Okay. This may be an issue. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I'm Brain Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream video games. I stream art. I'm currently streaming programming, and soon I'll be getting into 3D modeling. My main focus now is advancing my skills in both digital art and programming.
That's going to allow me to think about printing.
Okay, I need to make sure. I'll do that. I may have to. Can I please move this? Alright. Oh, there we go. It's bigger. There we go. Alright. There we go. So I'm trying to see what went wrong here. Or underscore in range. Better make sure that I didn't fuck up here. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I'm comparing what I wrote to what the video is showing. Wait a minute. This is... Unexpected indent. Hold on. What do you mean unexpected indent? Let me rewrite this portion just in case. Or underscore range height print. We did it. It was that what? Oh, so that was a mistake from the previous one. Holy shit. Okay, let me leave myself a note here. Remember to patience to there you go.
Some chunk of the world of Mario at a time. And I can do this in different ways too. Notice that if I really want, I could do something like this. I could re-implement now print column in different ways, especially if I'm using print column all over my code, or maybe still a colleague of mine, a friend, someone else on the internet is using my print column function. What's also nice about functions you've written is you can change the underlying implementation details of them, but so long as you don't change the name of the function or its parameters or what it returns, if anything, no one else knows the difference. You can change the internal implementation as much as you want if you want to improve it or make fixes over time. So for instance, another way we could implement print column, recall, would be something like this. A bit clever with one hash and then a new line, and then maybe we could do multiplication of strings and then end this line with quote unquote. Again, it's okay if you're not comfortable with this syntax.
Right, anything to shorten it. Right. Actually, backslash n times alright. N equals. There we go.
This was a more clever approach we saw in the past, but if I run Python of Mario.py here,
Still works.
I'll still see a column of 3. But what's important here is that main does not need to know that the underlying implementation of print column has changed. Well, let's transition to a different dimension, if you will, and rather than print out just these vertical bricks, let's fast forward in the game to this part of the world here. At some part, Mario encounters these bricks in the sky that if he jumps up underneath, they become coins, and so he gains to his score.
We need
But let's go ahead and focus only on those coins, and let me propose that we print out, just these 4 question marks here. And let me go back to VS Code here, and let me propose that within VS Code here, just like before, we try to abstract this away. So let me go ahead and get rid of this version, because we're now
Yep, I spelled S-U. Me. C. B.
now going horizontal instead of vertical with our output. And let me just say, well, print row 4 times. Let me just abstract away the problem at hand. I don't know yet how I'm going to print those 4 question marks, but let's call it print row 4, and I'll assume I'll now solve this problem. Let's now go down that rabbit hole of solving the problem. Define a function called print row. It's going to take a width instead of a height, because
Print. Let's go row. Yeah. Print. Row. width.
It's horizontal instead of vertical. And how can I do this? Well, now we have an opportunity to do string multiplication even more elegantly. I can say
And question.
a quote-unquote question mark times width. And this is a very pretty Pythonic way of printing what could otherwise be a loop, and that's fine. But this is going to go ahead and print those question marks for me. Let's do Python of Mario.py, enter, and
One, two, three, four. Yep.
now I've got 4 question marks. It's not nearly as pretty as the more graphical version, but it is at least a building block toward having now a reusable function like print row. And why am I doing all this? Like, why are we over-engineering the solution to these problems by having print column and print row? Well, it's a useful problem-solving technique as soon as your world does not look one-dimensional like this, or with the column version, but what about this? Later in Super Mario Brothers, does Mario have to jump down into this world where there's a lot of these underworld barriers? And this one here, for instance, looks like a square. It's two-dimensional. There's a height and a width to it. And that is to say, there's a bunch of different ways we could implement this thing. If maybe for discussion, it's like a 3x3 grid, a 3x3 square of sorts.
All right.
Well, how can we go about solving this here problem? Well, let me propose we come back to VS Code, and let me propose that we think about this in a couple of different ways. I could do this,
Let me a file 13 dash
like this. If I know where I'm going, you know, maybe I'm a seasoned programmer, let me go ahead and do this. Let me print out a square, the width and the height of which is 3.
So I'll see. Square.
That's an abstraction. I'm just taking for granted for
All right, there we go.
a moment that there is already a function called print square that's going to be width 3 and height 3 as well. But someone's got to implement this. And at the moment, there's only me at the keyboard, so let's go ahead and implement that square. Let me go ahead and define a function called print square that takes in a specific size, both for height and for width.
Right. Yeah. Print square. Alright.
And here's where we have an opportunity to use some of those loops. And we can use those loops in a way we haven't yet. If I want to print out all of these rows, but also all of these columns, I now have to think not just cyclically, like a loop allows, but I need to think two-dimensionally. And if you're familiar with like an old school typewriter, or even a printer nowadays, it generally prints from top to bottom. So even if you have multiple columns, you print out one line at a time, and while you're on that line, the printer or the typewriter prints from left to right. And that's kind of the mental model to have with your black and white terminal window. All of the output for every example thus far starts at the top and goes down to the bottom, from top to bottom, left to right. So we have to generate our output, our square, in that same way. So let me propose that we do this. Let me propose that we know we need to iterate this many times, 3 or more generally size. So let me do this. For I in the range of size, what do I need to do 3 times? Well, I want to print out what? 1, 2, 3 rows of bricks. But within each row of bricks, what do I want to print? 1, 2, 3 bricks specifically. So if we go back to our diagram here, and I stipulate that it's indeed meant to be a 3 by 3 square, 3 wide and 3 tall, what do I want to do to print the first row? I want to print brick, 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 brick. What do I want to print on the second row? Brick, brick, brick. And the third row, brick, brick, brick. So I'm doing 3 things 3 times. There's a lot of printing that must happen. So let me go back to my code here, and let me propose now that we think of this outer loop that I've just started as representing each of our rows. For I in range of size is going to ensure, no matter what I do next, that I can print out 1, 2, 3 rows, or more generally, size, where size could be 3, but it could be smaller or larger. What do I want to do on each of the rows? Well, just like an old school typewriter or printer, on each row, I want to print out brick, 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 brick. Well, that sounds like a cycle, some kind of loop. So maybe I can have inside of one loop another loop. I don't want to use I again because I don't want to use the same variable and mess up my counting. So I'm going to, by convention, use J. Very common to use I and then J, maybe K, but after that, you shouldn't keep nesting inside of each other. Let me go ahead and say for J in range of size 2, because it's a square, and then each of these rows, let me print out a single hash, but no new line.
And equal.
But after each row, let me print only a new line. So there's a lot going on here, especially if you've never touched Python, let alone loops. But notice what I've done here too, and I'll add some comments for clarity. For each row in square, for each brick in row, print brick.
Each in square. Efficient. Each row.
And here is where comments, and more generally pseudocode, can really help explain to yourself and to others what your lines of code are doing. On line 8, I'm iterating from I equals 0 on up to size, so 0, 1, 2. On line 11, I'm doing the exact same thing but using j from 0, 1, 2. But that's good because I represents now each of my rows, and while I'm on each of those rows inside of this outer loop, I'm going to do brick, brick, brick. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But I don't want my cursor to keep moving to the next line while I'm on a row, so I'm just overriding that line ending. But let me ask you. Question of the group now, why on line 16 do I have a print here all by itself? Why do I have a print all by itself? Notice that it's below the inner loop, but inside of the outer loop, so to speak. What is that loop on line 16 doing, ultimately?
Every time you finish a line, you have to add a new line at the end of it. So print, it prints a new line.
Perfect. I don't want a new line after every brick. I only want to do that at the end of the row, and that's why my comments now are perhaps enlightening. Notice that this loop here is just iterating for each brick in the row. Once I'm done with that inner loop, so to speak, once I'm done with these highlighted lines here, to Evelyn's point, I need to print out one blank new line. And we've not done this before, but when you call print with no arguments, all you get is that automatic line ending, the \n, where the cursor moves to the next line. So if I now go back to my terminal window and run mario.py, I think I should get a 3x3
I'm checking what went wrong here. Div. Oh.
Line while I'm on a row, so I'm just overriding that line ending.
Oh, let's see here.
For each row, let me print only.
Range. That's why. Because that. Okay, let's see here. 3 depth. And print underscore square size. Iron range size. Oh fuck, but all right. Let's see. Okay. Got it. Honestly, I should have just went to the first one thing. Yeah, remember to clear all possible empty indentations to avoid unexpected indents. Yeah. Should have thought about that. But there we go.
A new line. So there's a lot going on here, especially if you've never touched Python, let alone loops, but notice what I've done here too, and I'll add some comments for clarity. For each row in square, for each brick, where others what your lines of code are doing. On line 8, I'm iterating from I equals 0 on up to size. So 0, 1,
Yeah.
2. On line 11, I'm doing the exact same thing but using J from 0, 1, 2. But that's good because I represents now each of my rows. And while I'm on each of those rows inside of this outer loop, I'm going to do brick, brick, brick. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But I don't want my cursor to keep moving to the next line while I'm on a row, so I'm just overriding that line ending. But let me ask a question of the group now. Why on line 16 do I have a print here all by itself? Why do I have a print all by itself? Notice notice that it's bullet loop ultimately. At this loop here, row, and that's why my comments now are perhaps enlightening. Notice that this loop here is just iterating for each brick in the row. Once I'm done with that inner loop, so to speak, once I'm done with these highlighted lines here, to Evelyn's point, I need to print out one blank new line. And we've not done this before, but when you call print with no arguments, all you get is that automatic line ending, the \n, where the cursor moves to the next line. So if I now go back to my terminal window and run mario.py, I think I should get a 3x3 square. And it doesn't quite look a little square on my screen because these hashes are a little taller than they are wide, but it is in fact 3x3. But let me propose, as we've always done here, how we might tighten up this code further. Just for clarity's sake, let me get rid of my comments for a moment, just so we can see how many lines of code we have total. And let me propose that we maybe do this. Let me propose that, you know what, this inner loop, especially if you're having trouble wrapping your mind around one loop inside of another loop, you don't strictly need it. What if we do this trick again? What if we print out inside of the outer and only loop each of those hashes times the number of times we want them? Right? We draw inspiration from an earlier approach and we run Python now of mario.py.
Range. Print. Hashtag times size.
Same result, but now print square is really nice and compact.
Boom.
It has one explicit loop, and it's still printing out using string multiplication all of the hashes at once on that row. If you like abstraction and you'd like to wrap your mind more around what the code is doing, well, let's do this. If you're not quite clear on what's going on, let's propose that you implement a function called print row, passing in size. And let me propose that this print row function, it simply take in that width and print out the individual hash times that many times. In other words, here's an opportunity for abstraction, whereby, well, what does it mean to print a row? Well, when you're implementing print square, I don't really care what it means to print a row. I just need to know that someone's taking care of printing the row. You can kind of pass the buck to another function altogether. And how does print row work? Well, it could use a for loop. It could use this string multiplication trick. This is a way to take a larger program, and this is probably the most complicated one we've looked at thus far, and to decompose it into these smaller components that, once assembled, achieve your final idea. Seeing no questions, that's the end of our look at loops in Python, this ability to do things again. And when we combine those with conditionals, this ability to ask and answer questions and combine them with our functions and variables, we really now have most of the building blocks we need to solve much larger, much more interesting, much more personal questions. So in the weeks to come, we'll start to see exactly what could go wrong, though, when we do so, but we'll introduce you to all the more tools via which you can troubleshoot those same problems.
Alright, Alright, so we're gonna end that lesson off there. Alright, so we're gonna pretty much end it off there. Alright. Alright, ooh. There you go, I wanna make sure I already attach it there. Alright. Let's see here. There you go. Alright, and I want to adjust my model real quick. There you go. There you go. I'm pretty happy with the progress you made. Also, fun note, what I do after I complete a program lesson is I save it, I make a copy to save on my thumb drive, and then make a copy to save on 2 cloud storage sites. So therefore, if I need to like retrieve it somehow, I have pretty much 2 ways of retrieving it, or 3 basically. Anywho, this was a fun stream. I enjoyed gaming, getting all the ultimate parts for the M3 GTR. Well, not really like I had fun. Clearly I was raging a little bit. I got to chill and just draw for a bit and have fun learning how to program, which is I'm fucking happy about that. Anywho, that being said, I'm gonna take the rest of the night to relax, have some dinner, and just chill before I have to go to work in the morning. Anywho, that being said, thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for watching today's YouTube pod. My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream a bunch of video games chat suggests me, as well as draw art, do programming, and soon I'll be getting into 3D modeling. And that being said, I hope y'all having a fabulous day, evening, night, and time zone. I hope you're hydrating. I hope you're eating. I hope you're stretching and using the making sure you're using the bathroom. That being said, I'm gonna get going to Blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.